And National Security Advisor Sullivan. Don't just avoid war because it's the right thing to do. Do it for yourself. Overexpansion and engagement in unnecessary wars brought down Napoleon's French Empire, Tsar Nicholas's Russian Empire, Kaiser Wilhelm's German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Habsburg Empire, the Ottoman Empire, Hirohito's Japanese Empire, Hitler's Third Reich, the British Empire, and the Soviet Empire. Those idiots got bogged down in a war in Afghanistan. What kind of empire would do such a thing? With the state having a monopoly on the money supply, and the right to take money without consent, taxation, and the right to conscript, politicians seldom have an incentive to consider obvious peaceful alternatives to war. Consider the comment made by Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts. The U.S. should make it very clear to the Chinese, if you invade Taiwan, we're going to blow up TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. Hello, Attorney General, if inciting a riot can get someone arrested, what should happen to politicians who incite war? Instead of war with China over Taiwan, let's decriminalize all economic activity between consenting adults here and abroad to make sure our economy outcompetes all other countries. This is the true way to empower Americans. The question we need to ask ourselves to practice basic empathy. When would another country be justified in invading America, killing civilians, bombing cities, blockading ports, and installing a new government? If the answer is basically never, we should reject moral double standards and have the same principle for other countries. History shows we can talk to our enemies. Eisenhower shook hands with Khrushchev in America in 1959. Kennedy wrote letters to Khrushchev to avoid nuclear exchange over Cuba. Nixon shook hands with Mao in Beijing. Trump shook hands with Kim Jong-un in Singapore. Roosevelt and Truman had a formal alliance with Joseph Stalin. We can be friends with Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin for the sake of avoiding a nuclear exchange, which would make the crimes of the Third Reich look minuscule by comparison. To my friends on the right, the pro-life, pro-family position is anti-war. When God says, "Thou shalt not murder," there were no exceptions for politicians and soldiers. To my friends on the left, the biggest inequality is when one person takes the life of another unjustly, which in war occurs on a massive scale. Nothing is more exploitative to the average person than watching cities which took centuries to construct be blown to bits while getting conscripted into a war, watching your loved ones get murdered by bombs. My friends in the military, I was asked in grade school, if someone told you to jump off a bridge, would you do it? The point was, you are directly responsible for the actions you take. I was told to do so. I was just following orders is not a valid excuse for school children or members of the military. Americans do not have to admire psychopathic politicians. We can admire Cornelius Vanderbilt for lowering the cost of steamship travel from $7 to 6 cents, the Wright brothers for giving the gift of flight to the common American, Henry Ford and the Ford Auto Workers for making the automobile accessible to the masses, the 3,400 construction workers who in 1931 built the Empire State Building in a record-breaking 1 year and 45 days, Rosa Parks for disobeying unjust laws, Martin Luther King for holding us Americans to the very standards we claim to uphold, Steve Jobs and the Apple employees for giving access to phones and computers to Americans on a scale never imagined. The great crimes of history, slavery, genocide, Jim Crow, Genghis Khan, all had one thing in common. They involved some people initiating violence against peaceful people. Americans must lead the world in embracing a consistent morality, rejecting war, recognizing it for what it is. Theft-funded mass murder based on lies, often involving slaves known as conscripts. Rage Against the War Machine, thank you for your time.
All right, everyone give it up for Dan McKnight again. And next up, we have Keith Knight. He is a veteran of the global war on terror. He's also the chairman and the founder of Bring Our Troops Home and a sponsor of the Defend the Guard legislation, making sure that politicians across the states cannot illegally deploy our National Guard, State Guard members to overseas wars. Give them a big welcome.
Some quick housekeeping. My name is Dan McKnight. I'm excited to be here again this year. I was here last year at this event, and it's a wonderful effort, and I'm glad to be here. But thank you all for being here today. My fellow patriots and Americans, veterans, citizens from every background who are fed up watching our government send our sons and our daughters into one senseless conflict after another. I'm going to say some things today to the politicians that do it that may be the most offensive thing that you can say to a politician in Washington, D.C. The real power in this country does not rest in Washington, D.C. It rests with us, the people in the states. The real power in this country belongs to us, the people, and it's spread over 50 states. The federal government was never intended to be the controller of every minute, every minute aspect of our lives. And it sure as hell wasn't meant to put us in undeclared wars at the behest of the Pentagon or the contractors or the weapons financiers. The United States Constitution, the very founding document that these politicians swear to protect and uphold, defines the limits, the federal power, the limits and the federal power that the government has that we gave to them. It is limited, it is clear, and it is defined. The United States Constitution is our mechanism to level the battlefield. Our forefathers wrote that if the federal government wasn't given a power explicitly, then the authority belongs to the many states or to we the people. Let that sit for just a moment. Our state governments have more power than you've been led to believe by the fake news or the contrived media narratives or the politicians in D.C. Beltway creatures in the deep state want us to think that they hold all of the cards, that they alone can decide when, where, and for how long we go to war, that they can meddle in and dictate to other sovereign nations, that they can deploy our National Guard overseas to extinguish the fires that they flamed, that Dick Cheney, that Don Rumsfeld, that George Bush, that Barack Obama, that they flamed. They want to send our citizen soldiers from Idaho and Arizona and Utah and Montana to go extinguish their fires. I'm here to tell you as a veteran of the global war on terror in 18 months of combat deployment in Afghanistan, and now the chairman of Bring Our Troops Home, I know it in my bones that Boise, Idaho, and not the Beltway will stop the war machine. But why is that? Why is it that Boise is going to be able to do this? Because Boise and cities like it around the great country, they represent the true will of the American people. The heartland has the power to say no more. No more sending our National Guard. No more sending the Guard to fight in endless undeclared wars. No more being used and abused as pawns for corporate profits and global power plays. The greatest threat to our democratic system isn't the foreign army. Our greatest threat is not some distant enemy over the next hill. Our greatest threat is undeclared war. It's his insidious influence on the military-industrial complex that President Eisenhower warned us about in that famous address. Beware of the military-industrial complex. That convergence of corporate interests, defense contractors, and lobbyists whose claws are deep in our government pull on the strings and manipulate our country into wars without end, wars with no plan for victory, and wars with no oversight from the people. I may be the one person on the stage today that is not, to my core, anti-war. I do not believe in war if it has not been properly declared. There is a just war theory that's been presented by Aristotle and Thomas Aquinas and some of the great thinkers that came thousands of years before us. Just war must have the proper authorization of the people that it's being fought on behalf of. Folks, I want you to look around. I want you to look around these beautiful buildings, this tall monument, this beautiful park, the reflecting pool behind us. I want you to look around. This is the war machine right here. Every inch of it, every building, every ounce, every tree, every blade of grass in this swamp is part of the war machine. You go down K Street, look at the glass and steel buildings. They're all filled with military-industrial complex, defense contractors, weapons manufacturers, and people that are getting rich sending your sons and daughters to war while they sit cozy in a swamp in Washington, D.C. I'm here to tell you there's a way for us to save ourselves. There's a way to defend this country, and it's a way that can be done the way it's supposed to be done. It's called Defend the Guard. I served collectively for 13 years in the United States Army, Marine Corps, and Idaho Army National Guard. My boots were on the ground in the global war on terror, and I love this country to my core. I love the men and women who wear the uniform of this country. I respect and I admire their professionalism, their courage, and their dedication. So let me be as clear as I can. We must stop sending them into these unjust and undeclared wars that do nothing to defend our nation. The wars of the past 25 years have only served the interests of a corrupt political class and a bloated weapons industry. Now let me take just one moment, thank you. Let me take one moment and speak directly about the National Guard. These men and women who are supposed to be the backbone of their communities have been abused. They're supposed to be here, defending our lives, our property, and our country from a lawless invasion. They're supposed to be here defending our streets. They're supposed to be here responding to natural disasters. They're supposed to be here standing as a safeguard during times of national, state, and local emergency. State and community readiness and the defense of the American soil has taken a distant back seat to the global and financial interests of the war profiteers and the machine that they abuse for blood profits. Our National Guard are routinely being sent off to foreign lands to fight in wars that have no end. And I've spoken with guardsmen around the country. We travel all over the country with this effort. And I talked to folks that are fathers and mothers and sons and daughters who signed up because they wanted to serve their country and they wanted to serve their communities. They wanted to be there in a time of crisis. They wanted to be there as the wall to defend their neighbors and their friends and their family. And even though they've been abused, they've served with great distinction and honor in places like Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria, fighting battles that have nothing to do with keeping America safe. One guardsman I met recently from Alabama told me that in 2018, his unit was deployed to Afghanistan for the second time. While they were there, his home state was hit by a series of devastating tornadoes, followed by looting and lawlessness. By the way, does anybody know what the constitutional purpose of the National Guard is? There's three of them. The first one is to defend the laws of the Union. The second is to put down an insurrection. And the third is to repel an invasion. That first one, defend the laws of the Union. The National Guard should be there when lawlessness and looting starts. Homes were destroyed, lives were lost, property was stolen. And where was he? He wasn't in Mobile, Alabama. He wasn't there helping his friends and family. He wasn't there picking up the pieces. He was half a world away, serving in a war that he couldn't find on a map before he went. Another National Guardsman from California shared a story with me about how he was activated to fight wildfires in California. But before he could respond, before he could even show up, he had orders and was deployed to Syria. His heart was in California where his family lived under constant threat of fires, but he had to go defend oil wells in Syria. In 2005, the Louisiana National Guard, a unit of combat engineers, was deployed to Iraq. At the same time, Hurricane Katrina bared down on their coast and destroyed their community, and Louisiana was thrust into a state of emergency and devastating destruction. They should have been in New Orleans and Baton Rouge, using their training and their equipment and their professionalism to build roads and bridges and dams and levees. But instead, they were in Baghdad and Ramadi, building roads and bridges and levees and dams. That should make us sick to our core. Why are we doing this? We've got to stop. Dick Cheney and Don Rumsfeld, their apocalyptic mess in Iraq has taken too many lives, too many resources from the state. Yes. This isn't just a handful of cases. It's been happening for decades. The National Guard has been turned into the de facto extension of our federal war machine, a resource to be used and abused by the Washington elite while our communities are left vulnerable. This is not what the National Guard was meant to be. These are our neighbors, our first responders, our teachers, our mechanics, our tradesmen. And when national disaster strikes, we need them at home. Defend the Guard legislation. Let me talk for a moment about what this is. Defend the Guard cuts the legs out from underneath the war machine. It's simple, it's constitutional, it's powerful. The legislation is simple. It says this: if Congress can't muster the stones to put their name on the line and declare war, then we're not going. That's the legislation. Congress must put their name on the line before we put our boots on the ground. And if they can't do that one simple thing, I've got nothing left for them. I'll leave D.C. and go back to the States where the fight is real. This is how we bring our troops home. This is how we rein in the federal government whose interests have become alien to our own. This is how we prove that the Beltway, that we the people have the final say. If you're one of those patriots who is here willingly standing shoulder to shoulder with other patriots opposed to these wars, then I challenge you to do your duty and enlist in our movement. By visiting defendtheguard.us, sign our petition and help us in the fight. This veteran-led movement is not about stopping one war. It's about restoring the balance of power in our country. It's about reassuring our rights, the rights of the states and of the people. It's about permanently securing our future from the death grips of the crooked, imperialistic political class. Let me close by echoing the wisdom of the great former Secretary of State Daniel Webster, who said this: "It will be the solemn duty of the state government to protect their own authority over their own militia and to interpose between their citizens and the arbitrary power of the federal government." Folks, we've had our bill introduced now in over 30 states with legislative sponsors in places like Arizona and Idaho, Maryland, Maine, New Hampshire, Georgia, Texas. We got Defend the Guard on the ballot in Texas this year under Proposition 6. And in Texas, it received 1.869 million and 83% of the vote. Donald Trump got 1.8 million and 77%. This legislation is more powerful, more popular, and more prevalent in Texas than Donald Trump. This movement has legs. I'll leave you with one thought. The inheritors of what our founding fathers left with us. Our founding fathers, first of all, believed that the states and the people were going to be the balance of this republic, this experiment. And I believe that if the founding fathers were here today, they'd be standing right here on the stage with us. They'd be right here on this platform demanding that Congress do its goddamn job. The inheritors, today's politicians, today's political elite, there are some good ones. And we've been endorsed. This movement's been supported and endorsed by Ron Paul, by Rand Paul, by Thomas Massey, by Tulsi Gabbard, by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., by Vivek Ramaswamy, by Dave Smith, Scott Horton, and Jimmy Dore. All believe that Defend the Guard is the way forward, so visit defendtheguard.us. Please stand with us, sign the petition, become enlisted in our movement, and join us, because Boise, and not the Beltway, will stop the war machine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Dan McKnight. Up next, we're going to hear from Garland Nixon, political commentator and radio talk show host. Thank you.
Good afternoon. You know, I think it's important now, for me particularly, since I'm probably, the furthest left here on stage, to discuss that particular issue. I think it's critical because of the things that I hear about political ideology. And I think what we have to understand now is that the traditional concepts of left and right and far left and far right and center and who's who, etc., have to be re-examined. Have to be re-examined. I get heat for this, stuff like this. I get people that text me and email, well, what are you doing with hanging out with these far right-wing, the crazies, the Schiller Institute people, the libertarians, etc. And my position is, so the people who don't want nuclear war, the people that don't want to align with literal Nazis, the people who want a peaceful existence with others in the world, they're the crazies now? If that is the case, tag me as one of the crazies. If that's our society now, that the crazy people are the ones that want peace, then the sane people are going in the wrong direction. But I believe that there's an opportunity now to go in a different direction. I believe that there is an opportunity now for people to move away from you're a fascist, you're a socialist, you're a communist, whatever name we use to call people, to start examining politics through the outcome. What is it we ultimately want? As far as I'm concerned, when they ask me about libertarians, I say, well, I agree with them here. If I believe something, I should make my point. They should make their point, and the people should vote, and whoever wins, if you lose, you say, darn, I lost, but I'll be back next time. But now we're dealing with a ruling elite that doesn't believe that at all. They are literally not only at war with the world, but because they are at war with the world, they're at war with their own people. They're at war with us. I think what we have to understand is, don't get mad at the victims. Here's what I mean. Rather than look at the people who are wandering around voicing these absurd talking points, rather than get angry at them, I think we have to understand that they've been gaslit and propagandized. That we have to see them, that rather not as our enemies, not as evil people, but people who have been lied to. Fortunately for people here, we don't have any trust for the government in the first place, so it doesn't matter if they lie to us. We're not going to believe anything they say. We start off from a position of, well, we know they're lying. Why are they lying? What are they lying about? But there are a lot of people, unfortunately, that don't have that. And I think the important thing to understand is not to see anyone as enemies except the people who see us as enemies, and that's the ruling elite. That's the people who right now, and I believe this, people may disagree, who say we got a $35 trillion deficit that's growing out of control that we don't know, and there's no way to fix it. And as economists say, unpayable bills will not get paid. So what are we going to do? I know I'll blow up the world economy, start a war with China, destroy the oil infrastructure in the Middle East. We will wipe out the world economy, and then we don't have to pay that bill. I believe that the issue of war and economics is inextricably linked. And it's important for us to understand that when people argue about the Fed or what they're doing or the economics or whatever the case may be, that we understand that is the driver of war for these people. That's why they have this driver to war. But right now, as has been said in the past, what was said was this: any port in a storm. I'm sure you've heard that, meaning that, hey, when times are tough, we got to all come together. But I think what we have now is far bigger than that. I think we have an opportunity for people to come together and to understand that we have common goals and we have common threats. And that those threats are not the unvaccinated guy that lives next door. The threat is not your neighbor up the street who's been so gaslit that he thinks that the Dick Cheney Democrats are now the far left communists or whatever. That the threat is the belief that your neighbor next door is your enemy. That's the threat to you, because as long as they can keep us angry and divided, they're in power, they're in strict... some people may not have heard of this term, Bonapartism. I don't know if you ever heard of that. Wherein factions of the ruling elite fight. And what do? They don't have enough people to fight together. So the factions of the ruling elite say, we're going to get some of these masses to join with us. And the other factions say, we'll get some of these masses to join with us. And then they get us to fight each other on behalf of their needs. And I think what we have to understand when we look at Europe, right? We were told that Viktor Orban was some crazy person and he's a far right-wing lunatic. He must be stopped. But then in Slovakia, they elected a guy named Robert Fico, who's an old-fashioned lefty, from the legacy of Soviet communism. But both of those people agreed that I should look out for the best interest of my country. And next thing you know, there's bullets flying at Robert Fico. So what they want us to do is argue over the so-called ideologies and ideological differences. They don't see that. They see a threat. They see Robert Fico and Viktor Orban through the exact same lens. They are a threat because they want sovereignty. They want, nationalism is bad. Well, if in fact your idea of nationalism is my country is good so I hate yours, that's a problem. But if your idea of nationalism is I like my country, I like my culture, I have pride in it, and we're going to make ours better and you should make yours better too, there's nothing wrong with that. And that's what we saw. And I think, so what we have to wake up to is the reality that we are one people in America. We have differences, we have different cultures, different beliefs, different religions, etc. But in order for us to survive, we've got to work together. And this weekend, I hope everybody comes back tomorrow. This weekend is about building that. You know, something that made me really happy was to watch a Trump rally. And there's RFK Jr. And he's like, hey, screw these corporations. They're doing us dirty. And I'm like, there's all of these conservative Trump supporters. Yay! And I'm like, you know, I was told that conservatives wouldn't be pissed at Monsanto. And then I talked to Trump support. What do you think about Monsanto? Oh, I hate their guts. And I'm like, wow, I think I've been lied to. I think that all of the working class people out here are coming to the same conclusion. Right. And since we're all coming to that same conclusion, we've got to take the same actions to address those conclusions. And, you know, again, I'm a third-party guy. A lot of people here are third-party guys. I want to see third-party. You're the third party of your choice. Whoever you want to vote for, I'm all for that. I'm all for that. But I think that what we have to understand is the true threat, and the threat is nuclear annihilation. The threat is not going to go away this weekend if we don't have a war with Russia. Hopefully, we'll all die. But that threat ain't going to go away, because if they can spread their war in the Middle East, that'll wipe out our economy. They're perfectly happy to get that as a consolation prize. If they get their war with China, well, that probably ends up nuclear and we all die. That the threat doesn't go away, that we have to address the long-term threat, and that this particular weekend of activities should be viewed as the beginning, as the foundation of something moving forward. Not as an end and a means in of itself, but that we're going to meet people, we're going to meet social media influencers, we're going to meet friends, and if you want around this crowd, I'm sure there's some feds, say hi to them too. You know, they're going to help even out the crowd a little bit. But whatever the case, that we have to look at this as something we're going to build on, and I hope everybody here comes together. I hope everybody here particularly meet people who you're not ideologically aligned with, and shake their hands and understand that they're humans and they have the same problems. Amen. Meet people here who you would not normally meet, who you would not normally hang out with. That's what's important, and we can start building on that. That's the biggest fear of the ruling elite, is that the American people will come together and say, you know what, we may not have a democracy now, because I don't believe we got one, or a republic, whatever you want to call it. We ain't got one right now. Anytime I got to watch a hostage video of one of the presidential candidates every other week, where it's like, yeah, the Iranians, yeah, they're the ones trying to kill me. I don't think Trump believes that. I think he understands that the Iranians are in Langley, Virginia. But, you know, he's got to say that to hopefully survive another week or two. So I think we understand the direction this thing is going. We're all going to work together. I appreciate everybody getting involved here. Don't make this an end. Make this a start, and we'll move forward. Thank you.
we have an amazing guest. We've got a renowned artist and musician. He's performed before for Disney with Rihanna and Jason Mraz. He is the founder of Deepak World. He's a songsmith for Team Humanity. And he's the music behind the series Plandemic and Plandemic the Musical. My friend Deepak.
What's going on, everybody? Everybody, make some noise out there. Rage Against the War Machine. My name is Deepak, and I'm excited to be out here with you guys. I wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about what's going on with the world and about consciousness. See, we have a lot of stuff we're talking about against war. And war, we have to discuss how to get to a place, not just systemically, but as humans, where we end the war within ourselves, which is a big part of what's happening. And so it's really beyond, we have to realize that we are the ones that we've been waiting for, and that the empowerment comes from inside. Because if we can fix all this stuff on the surface, but if our consciousness doesn't shift, if we don't shift into a place where we're creating the separation, creating the mentality of the other, we're going to get right back to where we started again. Because as a people, as a humanity, it's really up to us to go, hey, how can I start bridging the divide? We might have the right ideas, we might have all these things, but if we're still looking at other people that we don't agree with and creating a separation with them and not finding common ground, we're always going to be in this polarized space. So beyond all that, we can always look and go, hey, the systems are doing this and the media is doing this, and it could be all true, of course it is, and that the food systems aren't healthy. But at the end of the day, it's still up to us to make the choices right now to choose to eat better food, right? If we wait for the system to get healthier and to get us to be healthier, we're going to be waiting a long time. So I just wanted to put that out there that, there's nothing to wait for. We got this right here, right now. Does that make sense, everybody? We can do it now. We can choose right now to be healthy. We can choose right now to not participate in these wars, to not fund these wars with our tax dollars, to stand up as a people. And if we have gatherings like this and tomorrow where millions of people start doing these moves like we've done in the past, we've seen it in the past with boycotts and certain types of things where we can make a little dent. But imagine everyone getting aligned, getting on the same page, millions of people, and all saying, hey, we're going to activate. We're going to do this one move tomorrow where everyone doesn't spend money here, or doesn't spend money there, or takes a stand to not fund certain things. All of a sudden, we start making a dent and removing the power from the system. Because at the end of the day, as a people, we've been outsourcing our power for a long time, finding these codependent relationships with systems that just aren't there to serve us. And we had to start stepping up and serving ourselves and serving each other and serving our communities and stepping into stewardship and responsibility and personal ownership of everything, and get out of the blame conversation that we have where they're doing this to us and we're waiting for this new false idol or the next politician to solve and lead for us. And when they get in office, then everything's going to be all good. And you know what? We should support people getting in office that we believe in, but we really got to step ahead of that. Because every election, every 4 years, we all get excited and activated, and everyone's suddenly listening right now. We're only listening right now because there's another election. But what about when the election's over? Are we going to fall back asleep for another 4 years? We can't do that anymore. That's what the Great Awakening means. We're all in the Great Awakening, are we not? Yes? And the Great Awakening is about waking up right now and staying awake, staying activated forever. From now on, we are going to stay awake, stay active, stay vigilant, stay in communication, and lose our codependent relationships on the mainstream media and these places that give us information, and step into the new technologies that are coming up around AI and blockchain and decentralized social media platforms. And as we start jumping on those, all of our complaints about censorship go away, because now we're taking the power back into our own hands. We're taking communication back into our own hands. We're taking these wars and we're saying we're not going to be a part of that, and we're going to rise up as Team Humanity. Everybody, make some noise, say Team Humanity. That's right, teamhumanity.world. So you all check out teamhumanity.world. We're going to do some music for you guys. I'm going to introduce my bro to the stage, Johnny Twilight, and pretty soon we're going to have my other homie, Spirit's going to join us on the stage in just a second here. Let me set this up just a little bit better so I can reach everything. And we've been writing songs for a little while, and the idea of these songs is that we know people like Bob Marley, people like the Beatles, when you have a nice anthem like Michael Jackson, Heal the World, these songs themselves can be a movement on their own, because once you start getting a song in your head, you can bridge that divide. You can open up hearts in a different way than just talking in that left brain cerebral way. You can get into that heart space, the right brain, the balance of logic and emotion, sing along together and get that much more aligned, and then spread the song virally so we can have it. It's another way of communicating a message to a large amount of people when you have anthems. So we're going to sing some songs for you guys. We hope you dig them. Once again, my name is Deepak, spelled D-P-A-K. We hope you enjoy the songs. Thank you so much. Once again, teamhumanity.world. Check it out. We can all see it bleeding for freedom. Don't you see where it's leading? Now haven't you had enough? Don't wanna see another battlefield for a chosen son, another bed of ashes for the missing ones who came to God's corner with a loaded gun. Wasn't for nothing, and now it's up to you to take a wild and a holy bed, and now you hear it sing, yeah, to your bones. It's not the real thing, let it go. 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 When you find it, don't deny it, 'cause it's always been your story. Turn it, face it, can you make it? Take a chance now, this is who we are. When you find it, don't deny it, 'cause it's always been your story. Turn it, face it, can you make it? Take a chance now, this is who we are. Ladies and gentlemen, spirits, come to the stage.
Yeah. The Renaissance is upon us. There's nothing you can do about it. Disable the dislikes, disable the comments. Even the lines, that's called being honest. Hold up. Yeah.
They are afraid of the unafraid. Messing with us was a big mistake. We're stopping the wars and we're stopping the pain. Get out of the way, we got some people to save. I guess they forgot it's the land of the free. I guess they forgot it's the home of the brave. I think it's time we remind them. Yeah, I think it's time we remind them. I guess they forgot it's the land of the free. I guess they forgot it's the home of the brave. I think it's time we remind them. Yeah, I think it's time we remind them. I guess they forgot it's the land of the free. I guess they forgot it's the home of the brave. I think it's time we remind them. I think it's time we remind them. I guess they forgot it's the land of the free. I guess they forgot it's the home of the brave. I think it's time we remind them. I think it's time we remind them.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. This song is called Let the Freedom Ring, and it's in the musical Plan Just want to tell you a little bit about this next song before we start it. So, have you guys heard of the Independent National Convention? Everybody make some noise if you guys are about that. Yes, I know some of you guys I just saw there. We were just in Denver last weekend. And what that is really thinking long term about the word independence and stepping out of the party mentality and stepping into what it is to be as humans, to be independent with our choices, right? So we all have the right that's God-born, God-given for free speech. Everyone, you guys down with free speech? I know I am. We're up here right now speaking freely. And that's our right to do it. We don't need someone else. We don't need Big Daddy to tell us we're free. We're born free. We're always free no matter what. And I think that's what the reminder is of the Great Awakening, is stepping into just knowing it. Knowing in our hearts, knowing in our bodies, in our souls, in our spirits that we're already free, and that our actions are going to show that. And that when we're the only ones that can give up power with our choices. When we comply, when we do things that we don't believe in, it's on us. And stepping into that mentality, that self-empowerment, that personal responsibility mentality of going, hey, you know what? It's on us to do that. It's on us to show up here. It's on us to act in our perfect alignment with our bodies, our spirits, our minds. And so that's what the vibe is all about. So the Independent National Convention was a great reminder of that, of like how we're independent. The Declaration of Independence was a wild and crazy declaration of people like us coming forward and saying, hey, we're going to make a declaration that we're independent. We're free of the binds of external authorities that are not here to serve us, and we're going to declare that, and we're going to say that, and guess what? We can do that right now every single day of our lives. We can be independent right now and declare it every day. It's not just some document from a couple hundred years ago that made a country. It's actually our own individual declarations to be independent every moment. So we just had this INC last weekend and the year before where we wrote an anthem called Together We Rise, which is also now the closing theme of Plandemic the musical. We're going to sing it for you guys. It's coming out. It's not even out yet, but it's going to be coming out on October 17th. So if you guys once again go to teamhumanity.world, you can sign up right there and stay in the loop for us. We want to build community with you guys so you guys can get the latest word on what's coming out with Plandemic, with other music, with other movements like this. So we're all on the same page. We're all in community. We can let you guys know when more amazing freedom events are happening so that we can have a lot more people showing up at these things. So join teamhumanity.world to get the info. Let's kick the next track out. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you guys.
Thank you all so much for having us up here. We're going to be here again tomorrow at Rescue the Republic. Once again, this is Rage Against the War Machine. I am Deepak. That's Johnny Twilight. And we got Spirit. Spirit in the building. Spirit Realm. Check out teamhumanity.world, Deepak World. We're going to see you online. If you guys want to shoot, if you shot any videos today, please post them and tag us. We're doing a contest this weekend of everyone who tags us, and you guys are going to win some merch, some Team Humanity t-shirts. So go ahead and post on Deepak World on Twitter and on Instagram, and hopefully you get yourself some t-shirts and some merch if you win the contest for tagging. Thank you so much once again, and we'll see you tomorrow again at Rescue the Republic. Amazing speakers coming up. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Stay tuned. We're going to hear from Clint Russell, Josie the Redheaded Libertarian, and Dan McAdams all together. Hi.
I'm Clint Russell, host of Liberty Lockdown, as well as a whole bunch of other podcasts. What's up, guys? I'm joined today by Josie, the Redhead Libertarian, of Timcast IRL fame. How are you doing, Josie?
Hi, everybody.
And we are joined by a very special guest, Mr. Daniel McAdams of the Ron Paul Report Institute, the whole 9 yards. Thank you for joining us, Daniel.
Thank you, Clint. Welcome, peace lovers.
Not a moment to spare. All right, so let's get started with the big news. Big news is that it appears, the reports are, that the leader of Hezbollah was struck by Israel and assassinated yesterday. I don't know, first off, I don't know if you have any confirmation that that's true. What does that portend for that conflict, American involvement? Where do you think this is headed?
Well, unfortunately, I think it will deepen the conflict. The question is whether Iran will respond. Thus far, they've been very hesitant to respond. It would be a major escalation if they became involved, and I don't think they really want to become involved. But nevertheless, we have a lot of military resources there. The U.S. has provided the bombs that killed Nasrallah. They provided the bombs that have killed everyone in Lebanon, and they didn't just kill the heads of Hezbollah. They've killed over 1,000 women and children, innocent people, civilians. So the war is expanding. And it's made in America, unfortunately. Our money, we just shipped over another $8.7 billion worth of military equipment. That's our money, underwritten by Americans. So this is our war.
That on top of hundreds of billions to Ukraine. And yet, inflation here is not feeling so hot. I think that oftentimes people forget that there are domestic consequences for the foreign military adventurism. From an Austrian school to try and translate for the non-libertarians in the audience, how would you do that?
Well, we pay for it indirectly. I mean, it would be better if we were just taxed and say, hey, we want to have a war, we want to go ahead and support Israel, we need everyone to chip in a couple grand. Then it would be something very directly. But what they do, which is the most insidious form of taxation, which is inflation. They inflate the value of the dollar away, and so you get less products for the amount of money that you spend. And of course, that hurts the poor the most because the poor can least afford inflation. So that's how they hide. That's how the Fed is the reason why we're able to have a global military empire, and it's on the back of all Americans.
So it's not a coincidence that the century of total militarism coincided with the era of central banking.
I mean, there's a misconception that and the Fed is kind of a geeky Austrian quirky thing, but it's most directly, and even Rothbard came to believe at the end that war is the key issue, and the Fed is the institution that enables us to continue with war.
So can you tell everybody in our audience a little bit about the mission of your institute?
Sure. Well, we started when Congressman Ron Paul left office in 2013. We started the Ron Paul Institute. We've been going now for 11 years or so. We do a yearly conference in D.C. We just finished having it. It was over the Labor Day weekend. Our mission is educational. So it's not about politics. It's not about getting people elected. It's about educating people, continuing Dr. Paul's mission, especially young people, to the values that we have, to liberty and to peace.
And how are you working that into this election cycle?
Well, we don't get involved in elections at all, but it's actually quite easy because we stand on principles. As everyone who's familiar with Dr. Paul knows, he's never changed his message. And it made it, I worked for him for 12 years on the Hill, it made it very easy for staffers because we already knew the guidelines, our principles that we stand on. So anything that happened was just judged against those. Unlike most politicians who put their fingers up to the wind and say, how is this going to help me in this part of my district? It was, here's the framework, and everything just fits into it.
So everything just comes back to liberty. There's no changing moral framework. There's just the one framework, and that just makes your job very easy.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Paul tells a story when we had a largely rural district in Texas for many years. And there are people that we knew very well, and they did some redistricting, and they included NASA and all of that area that was a lot of government workers and a lot of people who were very different from our farmers and rice farmers in Brazoria County and elsewhere. And then someone asked Dr. Paul once, well, how are you going to change your message to try to appeal to all of these government workers over here, your new constituents? He said, what are you talking about? I'm not going to change my message. It's the same message. And of course, it was difficult those first couple of years to explain it. But once they got it, they became great supporters.
There's been reports from Congressman Matt Gaetz out of Florida that there are multiple alleged hit squads that are hunting Donald Trump actively. It appears that Donald Trump has bought into this intel narrative as well. I'm sure you can understand my skepticism given that we have been propagandized to believe that Iran is on the precipice of having a nuclear weapon for as long as I've been alive. And now they are being blamed for these multiple attacks on Donald Trump's life. I do believe that Donald Trump is under threat. I'm not at all certain that it comes from the Iranians. I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Well, I'm going to talk about this a little later, too. But it's interesting because the latest threat against President Trump, this crazy guy, he basically endorsed the entire Ukraine narrative. The guy was no different than anything you'd see on MSNBC or Fox or whatever. He was the mainstream narrative on Ukraine. And now he's taken it to the logical conclusion that Trump is a threat to this war, to end all wars. And so something has got to be done about him. Well, that's what they've all been saying all along. And so, boom, we switched the narrative. He's briefed by one of the authors of Russiagate, Avril Haines. She worked with John Brennan to concoct the Russiagate scam in 2016. She rolls in and says, hey, guess what? Trump, it's all the Iranians. And sadly, so far he's lapped it up. And that's not to say that they're incapable of doing it, or even that they may well be behind it. But again, when you start sniffing around at who's doing what and what they're trying to cover up and what narrative they're trying to put out, it doesn't hold water for me.
Yeah, I think anybody who's paid attention to war propaganda for any amount of time, when you start to hear, without evidence, just claims that Iran is responsible, it should raise an eyebrow at least. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we're facing an existential threat of World War III, but also within our country, we're facing an existential threat of the fabric of our country, whether it's this transing children agenda or abortion to the point of birth. We have the southern border. So how would you take liberty and fix all these problems with it?
It's sad to see what's happening to our country because, and it's sort of cliche to say, well, we're divided. I think what's happened is that politics has become so important, it's become a national religion. And if you're not in my religion, then I hate your guts. And that's simply because the state is too strong. The stakes are too high. When you have $200 billion sent by the U.S. to fund this absurd war in Ukraine, people will knife you for $20. Think what they'll do for $200 billion. So the stakes are way too high. The government is way too big. And I think you have to strike the root, and that's the root.
We're kind of facing what would appear to be communism when it comes to, because communism is kind of the opposite of liberty when it comes to this. So what's under attack? Our family, our religion, our history, our borders, our pride, our truth. So what would the path be to cancel out the communism and replace it with liberty?
Well, unfortunately, there's not an easy fix, and I wish there was, because we've been sort of plugging away for 11 years, and Dr. Paul has been plugging away for, I don't know, maybe 50 or 60 years. But the answer is education, and it's a slow process. And Dr. Paul always talks about how Leonard Reed of the Free talks about first educate yourself. I mean, there is a tendency, and I'm not criticizing anyone, but there's a tendency of everyone wanting to be an activist. They want to get involved in politics. Politics is sexy. Politics is the here and now. You raise a lot of money. It's exciting. There's an absolute end date, Whereas education is the long run. It's the long game. And it can be more difficult. But until people come to understand these fundamentals, understand how is it that we have all these wars? Who facilitates it? And who benefits from it? And who benefits from all of these other agendas? Until we understand these things, it's very difficult to fight back.
Now, I know you don't get involved in politics, but would you say abolishing the Department of Education might be a good start?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's a great start. But, you know, there's a great homeschool movement going on in the United States, you know, and I live in Texas, Brazoria County. I tell you what, there's probably not a county in the country that hates the state more than Brazoria County, Texas. And we have a very strong homeschoolers association, and they don't want to have, they don't want to have the government have any part of education. They don't want school choice. They don't want anything. Just get the heck away. And so I think if we can free up homeschooling and make it available, Dr. Paul has his own curriculum, but there are plenty of other great ones out there, and raise kids that can't be tamed. That's what it's all about.
Kamala Harris has signaled she'll maintain the same foreign policy when it comes to Ukraine, largely the same thing with Israel as well. Trump seems to be all in on war with Iran. We'll see if that comes to pass. It doesn't seem as if there is truly a viable candidate for peace in this election. It doesn't seem as if there's been one basically my entire life, except for when Dr. Paul was running. How do you, I know you don't focus on elections, but how would you recommend people analyze these decisions?
I mean, it depends on if you want to participate in the system, you know. I mean, I don't vote because I don't want to participate in the system. And people may get angry about that, but that's just how I've just come to deal with what we have. With you say, no good choices. You know, I mean, I was looking very favorably at RFK Jr.'s campaign, but he did a couple of things on foreign policy that I simply couldn't get on board with, and it's very unfortunate. I was ready to break my streak of 30-some years.
You and me both, and then it was actually that interview with our mutual friend Dave Smith, where he goes, about as hard in the paint for Israel as I've ever seen a candidate go. And I was like, oh, we don't have a non-interventionist guy here, that's for sure.
Yeah, again, it goes back to principles. You don't pick this country to support and this country to not support and this one to undermine. You know, the U.S. right now is trying to undermine Georgia because Georgia passed a law saying, that the country, Georgia, because Georgia passed a law saying, hey, if your NGOs are funded by foreign governments, you have to claim it, just like we have the Foreign Agents Registration Act. And because they passed that law through their duly elected parliament, the U.S. is not only putting the leaders under sanctions, but they're trying to do a color revolution to overthrow them. So it's this massive hypocrisy of the U.S. government overseas. You know, I wish RFK would have said, hey, yeah, of course I support Israel. I support every country. I want free trade and commerce with all of them, you know, but no entangling alliances. Where did I hear that before? It's simple.
Do you believe the federal government is necessary to any extent, or are you all in for the 10th Amendment? Do you believe that the federal government is necessary to an extent, or are you all in for the 10th Amendment?
No, I mean, yeah, I'm an anarchist, but if the government did the stuff that was supposed to do, that would be fine. Follow the Constitution. It's, you know, as Dr. Paul, it's really not that hard. It's really not that hard to do.
Yeah, there's 7 articles. It's very easy to follow the Constitution, but we see a vast overreach of power. Do you believe that the way forward is the 10th Amendment?
Well, unfortunately, governance from your local city council on up, I mean, I hate to say it, with some exceptions, it attracts the worst kind of people. And that's what we saw with the COVID scam. It attracted, and we saw them because they finally took off the mask, they took off the velvet glove, and they showed you the iron fist. That's the kind of people government attracts. The busybodies who want to tell you what to do. And so the only way to deal with it, because they'll always be there, is to take away these levers of power that they have. That means to shrink everything down.
I agree.
We've covered a lot of dark stuff. There's one rare bit of optimism of late, and that was the freeing of Julian Assange. I'm curious, what do you think about, yes, a round of applause. I mean, Gabriel Schiff and his brother should be here in a few hours, which is amazing. I had interviewed him and his father, John, multiple times. The diehard nature of them as they stood by his side, regardless of the persecution he was dealing with, the thousands, if not millions, of supporters he had all across the world. Truly inspirational. What I think ran afoul of the machine was when he released, in particular, the collateral murder video, which demonstrated the war crimes from the American military-industrial complex. Do you think it is that simple, that he shed light on the underbelly of the machine, or was it more complicated than that?
I think that's definitely part of it, but I think when he released that CIA stuff, that was it. His goose was cooked. The collateral murder stuff was bad. It made him look bad. But the CIA, how we spy on everyone, how we overthrow government stuff, that's what got him, I'm pretty sure. And Pompeo said it himself. It's a hostile foreign intelligence organization, not a publishing outfit,
Do you think that the treatment that he received was about him or more about sending a signal to all of the other journalists all over the world that we will abuse you and come very close to murdering you if you don't shut up?
Absolutely, and we're seeing it still happening. Not as bad, not as extreme as with Julian Assange, but we're seeing raids on houses of people we know, like Scott Ritter, who speaks out against the war in Ukraine. That's the main reason. You're seeing attacks on RT. I mean, how is it the U.S. government feels it can tell us we're not allowed to watch propaganda? I mean, even if everything they said about RT was true, and it's just pure Putin propaganda, what the hell? We're allowed to watch propaganda. We can do whatever we want.
They usually are the ones funding it.
Yeah.
So what the hell?
They don't like the competition.
Do you believe that Donald Trump will free Ross Ulbricht?
He said he would, and I was there when he said it. So I hope he does. I mean, if he doesn't keep his word on this, it's going to look very bad for him. So I have confidence he's going to do it.
Is there an escape strategy to basically turn down the temperature? At this point, at least Donald Trump is giving it the proper lip service in that I want to see people stop dying. That's what I want to hear a leader actually say in this moment. I don't have a tremendous amount of faith because simultaneously, it was about 6 years ago he was bragging about how Obama would only send him blankets and he sent them bombs. Do you think that there is a hope if Trump is to win that we could actually avoid this war?
I think there's a chance if he wins that he'll do the right thing on some of these things. It may just be by accident. But what worries me about him is that he seems to continue to listen to the wrong people. And, unfortunately, our cadres of non-interventionists, because we are non-interventionists, we're not viewed as experts. I mean, my field is foreign policy. The only way you can advance as a foreign policy expert is if you want more foreign policy, right? So if you want less, then you're basically, writing yourself out of a job.
Whether it's Julian Assange or Donald Trump, we've seen lawfare weaponized against private citizens. How do we stop that?
Well, the tide turns, and it started with the fake pandemic. The grip started then, but every one of these cases against Trump is falling one by one, and I think the pendulum does swing back eventually, and we have to be optimistic that it will. But lawfare is a dirty game, and they're playing it to great success.
Do you feel like the pendulum started to swing?
I do, and a lot of people disagree with the Supreme Court case on Trump, but I think there was a good justification for what they did. Now, a lot of libertarians disagree on that, but I think it was a response to lawfare.
Yes. Now we have an invasion at the southern border, and Donald Trump has promised mass deportations. I know when we look at trying to swing a pendulum strong the other way, sometimes that can turn into authoritarianism. Do you see a way to do mass deportations without checking for papers?
That's a tough question. Dr. Paul has always said, I did immigration for him. One of the things to do is to remove the perverse incentives for people to come. And maybe it's all just propaganda, but we hear a lot of stories of people coming in and getting an unlimited card to go into the stores and this sort of thing, and just remove the incentives. I think would be a good start at least.
I agree.
Yeah, that's at its core. I think that's the libertarian answer: is remove the state incentives. Then those that actually want to come here will do so for the right reasons. Anyways. Thank you guys so much for showing up. We're going to let time for the next speaker. I'm Clint Russell. We've got Daniel McAdams and Jocelyn Clayback. Thank you guys.
fellow at the Brownstone Institute. He's also a former presidential candidate. Welcome, Aaron Day.
Good afternoon, Washington. We stand here at the very monument of freedom where we're allowed to say what we want, provided, of course, we don't wave a flag, hand out a flyer, or attempt to exercise any of those other pesky First Amendment rights. In fact, with over 39 things banned here today, I'm surprised the National Park Service didn't just cut to the chase and ban freedom itself. But hey, we're here and we're still talking, and in a town where speech is restricted and war is unlimited, that's something of a victory. We gather today on the brink of disaster. The doomsday clock stands at 90 seconds to midnight, the closest we've ever been to annihilation since the height of the Cold War tensions in 1953. The ongoing conflicts push us closer to nuclear disaster. Entire cities lie in ruins, millions displaced, civilians killed. From Kiev to Moscow to Lebanon, the fighting rages on. The U.S. has poured billions into Ukraine while expanding NATO, profiting from the destruction with hundreds of thousands dead. Hawkish politicians downplay the risks, even suggesting nuclear war is winnable. But as Eisenhower warned, you cannot have this kind of war. There just aren't enough bulldozers to scrape the bodies off the streets. So I ask you, is this the world we wish to leave our children? A world forever poisoned by radiation, with survivors struggling atop the smoldering ashes of civilization? And who is the real enemy? It isn't America versus Russia or China. It isn't even West versus East. We face the threat of a global technocracy, where a single digital currency and social credit system will end free will itself. This isn't a theory. UN Agenda 2030 is accelerating before our eyes. We can't vote our way out. We are just one presidential election away from not the start, but the fulfillment of Agenda 2030. Do we think Congress will listen? D.C. is run by blackmail and money, and we don't control the money printer. In 2022, almost all incumbents won re-election. Congress will remain mostly the same, and if you think Trump will fix it, I've got a vaccine to sell you. You know and I know the winner of the 2024 election is going to be the same that it's been since 1948. The military-industrial complex and banks. Trump and Harris both propose increasing military spending. We fund an endless war machine that only benefits corporations like Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and Boeing. They deploy their army of lobbyists to ensure the river of cash keeps flowing, no matter the human cost. All wars are bankers' wars. They always have been. Banks have profited from war and suffering for centuries, from the Rothschilds and the Napoleonic War to the House of Morgan funding both sides of World War I. During World War II, American banks financed both Nazi Germany and the Allies, and in Vietnam, our soldiers were killed by weapons funded by the same banks profiting from the conflict. This betrayal continues today. Banks that fund terror and oppressive regimes grow rich from the West's endless war on terror. While they thrive, it's our families and friends who pay the price. Ukrainian reconstruction is their next cash cow. These banks don't just hurt us as a nation, they devastate us as individuals. They drain us with predatory practices, drive families into debt, and crush us with inflation. They silence anyone who dares to resist, shutting down businesses and livelihoods that don't fit their agenda. They're not just profiting from war, they're waging one against us. To quote a banker from Citicorp, the only test we care about is can they pay their bills. They are not our friends, and they own both of the major parties in this country. How many here, show of hands, distrust big banks? We stand together, united not just by a common desire to stop the destruction of humanity, but by a deep, burning distrust of the banks that fuel it. We're bound by the shared pain of watching our loved ones suffer while these institutions profit from chaos and misery. We don't just dislike them, we loathe them for the way they've torn apart our lives, our communities, and our future. Ron Paul has been warning us for years, and he was right. In End the Fed, back in 2009, he urged us to wake up, but no one listened. Since then, our debt and money supply have nearly tripled. His message was a lifeline, but we ignored it, and now we're paying the price. While global tyranny through the UN Agenda 2030 looms, ending the Fed by Congress is generations away. Bitcoin emerged from the 2008 crisis as a beacon of financial freedom. Peer-to-peer cash to break the grips of banks and the state. But that dream was hijacked by greedy insiders, the deep state, and financial giants, turning it into a slow, trackable digital gold. Now it's just another tool of control, and those holding it on exchanges are vulnerable, just like when FDR seized gold. Early pioneers like Ross Ulbricht, Ian Freeman, and Roger Ver were crushed, raided, imprisoned for daring to dream of a truly free money. My wife and I watched Ian get 8 years for simply selling Bitcoin, and I interviewed Roger weeks before his arrest in Spain. They're paying the price for challenging a system built on control. We can't let their dream die. We must fight for financial freedom, to make money a tool of liberty, not oppression. Roger Ver, known as Bitcoin Jesus, did more than anyone from 2010 to 2015 to bring Bitcoin to the world as its major merchant and investor in Bitcoin-related companies. He envisioned a future where money was free from state control and financial tyranny. When he exposed how Bitcoin was being hijacked, he was arrested in Spain just weeks after publishing his book, Hijacking Bitcoin, a blatant attempt to silence him. This is the reality we face. When Madeleine Albright can say that the deaths of 500,000 Iraqi children were worth it, it shows how far we've fallen. Roger dared to challenge this indifference, only to be harassed for 7 years for trying to leave the country that fuels global violence. They claim he evaded taxes, but he was one of the first to try paying them on Bitcoin. Now they're targeting his legal team to silence him and bury the truth. We must stand to demand justice. The DOJ must drop its case against Roger. The White House must pardon Roger, free Ross, and free Ian. If Bitcoin isn't the answer, what is? I stopped using a bank in 2019. I now use primarily privacy coins like Zano and Monero, gold and silver instead of the US dollar. It is possible to begin transitioning out of the system, and it's something each of us can do right now. In fact, I ran for president to raise awareness about this issue. My platform was simple. Ditch the dollar to stop World War III, halt CBDCs, and end the Fed. My message remains the same, and you never had to vote for me. Just vote with your wallet. We host workshops teaching people how to use alternatives to the dollar, and you can learn more about this at daylightfreedom.org. While this event is called Rage Against the War Machine, I urge a different approach. Rage often hides deep sadness. Of course we're sad. We watched the Bill of Rights be torn apart since 9/11, while America leads globally in only 2 areas: defense spending and incarceration rate. We need to set fire to tears and strike at the root by starving the beast. War depends on fiat currency. The government issues IOUs to the Fed, which then creates money out of thin air in a database. This is the very definition of a central bank digital currency. The government then writes checks to buy weapons and fund wars that kill our children and innocent people all over the world. The IRS serves as a collection agency for the Federal Reserve, making sure the bankers get paid by force. It's time to exit the Fed and ditch the dollar. Every time you buy a cup of coffee at Starbucks using the dollar, you're enabling the funding of the UN, which in addition to employing 3,300 pedophiles responsible for over 60,000 rapes in the past 10 years, also participated in the October 7th attack on Israel. Every time you buy something through Amazon with the dollar, you contribute to the funding of the blowing up of innocent children in Lebanon, Every time you pay your taxes, you're funding both sides of every conflict in Ukraine and Russia, China, Taiwan, and Israel and Lebanon. The way to vote no to war is through radical non-compliance. Ditch the dollar now. How many claim to be anti-war but have 401ks and retirement portfolios that have investments into merchants and merchant bankers of war? Our money is a form of energy. You can't truly be anti-war while investing in and using the currency that fuels it. Picking a puppet as our slave master every 4 years isn't a choice. It's a manufactured illusion designed to make us feel like we have a stake in a rigged system. We make 35,000 choices every day. Start right now by not investing in the war machine or using the dollar. Some label this call for peaceful resistance too radical, but those in power will call any challenge to their profits too extreme. They said the original American revolutionaries and civil rights leaders were too radical. If radical means going to the root of injustice, then we must be radical. If just 3% of us ditched the dollar and started using alternatives for day-to-day transactions, we could collapse their house of cards in less than a week. Future generations will tell the story of the day we found our voice and said enough. The war machine ends here. The call to action is simple. Ditch the dollar and start using privacy cryptos, gold, and silver. Then tell 3 others to do the same and encourage them to spread the word to 3 more people. Just as 3% of the population who fought in the American Revolution made a profound impact, so too can we transform our society through collective action. It's up to we the people. Let them hear us. Ditch the dollar now. Let them hear our voices across this land. Say it with me. Ditch the dollar now. Let them hear our voices in Kiev, Moscow, and Tel Aviv. Ditch the dollar now. Let them hear us across the globe. Ditch the dollar now.
Next up, we've got someone who I know a lot of you have been looking forward to seeing. It is Ian Carroll. He's a journalist. His tagline is follow the money and seek the truth. Ian Carroll, everybody.
Hello, Washington. Hello, America. 60 years ago, John F. Kennedy famously said, "I speak of peace because of the new face of war." At the time, nuclear weapons had revolutionized the face of warfare and changed it from a time of armies fighting armies on battlefields that looked much like they had for millennia. And it had transformed into a world of covert operations, of secrets and subversions, of intelligence agencies. And today, we once again speak of peace because of a new face of war. And certainly, proxy wars and subversion still happens, and we are here to protest that. But today's face of war has a new face. And it's been called by many names. Fifth generation warfare, information warfare, the info war, if you will. And it's a very apt name. Sun Tzu said, all warfare is based in deception, because information is the base layer of every conflict. But that fact takes on striking new importance when every single man, woman, and child around the world is carrying a supercomputer in their pockets that can answer your every question, that can connect you to people around the world, and spread information nearly instantaneously. It would be much harder for our government to justify a war with a nuclear-armed Russia on the soil of Ukraine if we all knew about the striking number of facts that point towards the CIA's involvement in the Maidan Revolution in 2014. It would be a lot harder for Israel to propagate their 80-year-long apartheid and their damn near genocide today if we can all see right in our screens the people of Palestine burying their loved ones in their homes, in their schools, in their mosques, and in their hospitals. Information is powerful. And governments know, and have always known, that at a certain level, they only govern with the consent of the governed. Although lately that relationship has been stretched pretty damn far. And so our governments know that they must manufacture consent for these conflicts in this new war of information. And consent is manufactured where people communicate and share ideas and spread information. And today, that is your social media feed. That is your Twitter account, your Instagram, your Facebook, etc. So the Facebooks, the Twitters, your feeds have become the battlefield in the first line of this war that is designed to manufacture consent among the public. And you may think, I don't pay attention to the politics, I just watch cat videos, it's no big deal, they can't get to me. And I'm here to tell you that you cannot escape this conflict because being distracted by cat videos is damn near as effective as being dissuaded by disinformation. Most people today have no idea how total this war is. Because the military-industrial complex that John F. Kennedy warned us all about, it does not exist on an island. It is not a solitary entity existing in a vacuum. These are public corporations that are traded on our public stock markets. And that means that they have owners. They have an ownership class. And when you follow the money, you very quickly realize that the people that own Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, General Dynamics, all the rest of them, are BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, and all of the too big to fail mega banks that we've been bailing out for the last 30 years. Conveniently, they also all own each other. And then you start to think about it and you realize that these very same corrupt financial institutions that are the top owners of the war machine, they also are the top owners of Pfizer and of General Mills and of your car companies and of your water utility companies. They're even the top owners of all of the biggest funerary companies in America, so that when you have to bury the dead in their proxy wars that come home from abroad, they have a service for you. And it's important to take a moment to think about what that means. When the boss of the boss at Lockheed Martin is the exact same banker of the boss at Pfizer as the boss at General Mills, suddenly all incentives are aligned. And so this warfare is not only about warfare on the battlefield, and it's not only about bloodshed, because if you're distracted by your cat videos, you're not making a lot of problems for the other branch of this profit-making machine. If you're sick because you ate too much food that did nothing but poison you, you're not going to be doing too much to combat this profit-making machine. They all serve the same masters. And those masters are the financiers at the top of the banking industry. Shout out, all wars are bankers' wars. They always have been, and they still are today. In a world of aligned incentives, it is highly profitable to all involved to keep you distracted, to keep you unhealthy, to keep you afraid, to keep you angry with one another. Because if you're not creating profit in that avenue, you're probably creating it in one of the other avenues. It brings a whole new meaning to the phrase, a rising tide lifts all boats, when you realize that that tide is the blood and the bodies of millions of civilians all around the world that have died in these proxy wars for profit. And so that is why we speak for peace, is because of this new face of war. The war that is not only fought with weapons and guns and tanks and bombs anymore. Now it is fought with information, it is fought with ideas, emotions, words. Because the information that manufactures the consent to allow this to keep on going on is the most important weapon in their arsenal. And without it, they can do nothing if we do not consent to this governance. And so, thank you. And so, just like John F. Kennedy said a generation ago, we stand here today for peace because of this new face of war. But the good thing is that this war is not fought with weapons. And so I'm calling on you not to fight with weapons, but to stand and fight in this war with your words and with your emotions and with your ideas. And maybe we can spread this message, and rather than manufacturing consent, we can manufacture peace. Not just peace for our people, but peace for all people. Not just peace in our time, but peace in all time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Up next, we're going to have Jordan Page. We're going to get some really great musical. Oh, you want to talk? Great job. Okay, thank you guys. Stick around. We're just going to set up real quick, and Jordan's going to get us rocking.
everybody. My name is Jordan Page. It's great to be here. I flew out from Spokane, Washington to be with you guys today. I've been an anti-war voice, an anti-war activist for many, many years now. This is my very good friend, close friend, Tatiana Moroz. She and I have been singing about ending wars and ending government corruption for as long as I can remember now. And so we're just stoked to be here with you guys today. Thanks to Rage Against the War Machine for bringing us back out. We were at the first one. Super happy to be here for this one. So thank you guys for participating in this. And we're going to start with a song. This is my brand new single that just came out. It's called Free Ross. It's a call for Ross Ulbricht, who's a political prisoner, to be released from prison. He was given 3 consecutive life sentences, which in the federal system, there's no parole. So he's basically in there for the rest of his life. We're building a website. I encourage you to check out freeross.org to learn all about Ross. And this is the song I wrote for him. Our shirts say Free Ross Day 1 because President Trump has promised to free him on day 1 of his next term. So thankful for that. And we want to hold him to that promise. That means a lot to us.
And there's a booth over there if you guys want to get your own shirt and sign the petition. Be sure to do that.
So this song has a very choral type chorus, and I would love for you guys to sing it along with us. It's just a chant with the words Free Ross. You'll catch on as we go. Here we go. Is there anywhere on earth where a man can still be free? Will he bear the weight alone, or will he have to bend the knee? Is there no one in this land who grows tired of the game, where the wicked gather stones and build up prisons in our name? There's a story that you've heard before. It's been told in every age of a gentle soul misplaced inside a cage. Whoa. Embattled by the steel of a self-designed to force all men to kneel. But he's patient and determined in his endless duel with time, in a sentence unbefitting of his crime. Will you bend your ear to listen? Will you turn your face to see the injustice staring back at you and me? Whoa. And there's no pretending, living day to day in death he carries on.
set him free. And the years go by like strangers in a dream. And the reasons why are more than what they see. I'm awake tonight, and his spirit spoke to me. I can't be polite, said Russell, break free. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Free Ross, whoa, whoa, whoa. Free Ross.
Thank you guys so much.
If you guys know any politically influential people, please introduce them to the Free Ross team. They're looking for all the allies they can find.
This next song is a song about ending the wars. It's called Listen.
Listen to the sound that you hear like an echo in your head. There's a strange vibration rising out from the heart of America, America. Listen to the sound of the drum calling players to the game of the new world order. Don't be caught unaware when the heads start rolling. No, it couldn't happen here. I know it never happened here. But I will not submit to authority of man. I'm alive, I'm awake. This is more than I can take. If you had an open door, would you kill a little more? Listen to the cries of the dead falling in Afghanistan. Is there no one out there? I see drones, trumpet bombs on the sons of Arabia. Listen to the sound of applause in a chamber full of men selling out their people as they plan their assault on the heart of America. No, it couldn't happen here. I know it never happened here. And I will not submit to authority of man. I'm alive, I'm awake. This is more than I can take. If you had an open door, would you kill a little more? There's a war machine in motion, and the bullets fall like rain. And the light in the eyes of the innocent has faded today I see the wasteland, and it's too late to pretend. Listen to the words of a man with a rifle in his hand. Don't be mistaken, I believe in peace, but I won't be taken. And I will not submit to authority of man. I'm ready to die, but not for a lie. See the signs up here, you know it's gonna happen here. Oh, yeah. Thank you guys. You can find all these songs at jordanpage.net. That's my website. I'm all over the internet. Just look up Jordan Page and you'll find me for sure.
Unless you're being shadow banned.
That's true. That does happen from time to time. Please give it up for my friend Tatiana Moroz. I've got one more song for you guys today, and this is a brand new song that no one's heard. Thanks, Tatiana, very much. So I feel very strongly that God directed me to become an anti-war activist. I think He wants to end this senseless slaughter of children all over the world, innocent people. Just always remember that the devil works in deception, and all warfare is based in deception. And so everyone wants God to be on their side, but I'm trying to be on God's side. And so in a time where fear and lies are just commonplace, and we just eat from this buffet of lies and fear every day, all day, the same part of the brain that generates the electricity during times of fear is the same part that generates gratitude. So if you focus on gratitude, it will dispel that fear, it will dispel this deception. And so I wrote this song as a song of gratitude. This is called Thank You, God. Thank you. It's in this key, never mind. Thank you, God, that you're a healer. Thank you, God, that you are wise. Thank you for washing away my sins the day I was baptized. Thank you, God, for revelations. Thank you for your kingdom come. Thank you for the cross, the empty tomb, and Christ, your risen Son. Thank you, God, for peace and mercy and forgiveness without end. 'Cause the truth is that without you, I would break before I'd bend. When I wonder where I'm going, when I look at where I've been, I can see you making straight the way to save me from my sins. Thank you, God, for all my children, for the love that fills my day. Thank you for your presence, for the truth, the life, the way.
Thank you, God, for all the gospels, for the word that sees me through. Thank you for your Holy Spirit, Lord, and thank God for you too. Oh, thank you, God, for grace and mercy and forgiveness without end. 'Cause the truth is that without you, I would break before I'd bend. When I wonder where I'm going, when I look at where I've been, I can see you making straight the way to save me from my sins. And at the end of the day, I lay my body down and I whisper, blessed God are you. 'Cause I want to be in your presence here and now. Nothing can take your place that no one else would do. Thank you, God, for understanding where I'm weak and where I'm strong. And thank you, God, for giving me the words to write this song. Thank you, God, for all your love and what's more, your peace of mind. Thank you for your omnipresence, Lord, and thanks for being kind. Whoa, thank you, God, for peace and mercy and forgiveness without end. 'Cause the truth is that without you, I would break before I bend. When I wonder where I'm going, when I look back at who I've been, I can see you making straight the way to save me from my sins. When I look at where I'm going, when I look back at who I've been, it was always you fighting for me. Thank God you always win. Thank you guys so much. My name is Jordan Page, jordanpage.net. Thank you for supporting Rage Against the War Machine. Thank you.
Ross Ulbricht is a political prisoner. I think that libertarians, the dissident left, independents, everybody who's passionate about the anti-war cause is also passionate about freeing Ross Ulbricht, and also very, very excited that Julian Assange has been freed. We are working on getting him a pardon, if not from this administration, the next one. I think we're all hopeful. We're all working very hard on that. We are also waiting on a podium that will be out ASAP. And they are bringing that podium right out. And here it comes. It's a big, beautiful podium on a big, beautiful page. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to our crew that is also working very hard today. And speaking of political prisoners and Julian Assange, while I know everyone here is an incredible advocate and fan of Julian Assange, one of the biggest advocates for Julian Assange has got to be his brother, Gabriel Shipton. Please welcome him to the stage.
Hello everyone, hello Washington. Wow, what a day, huh? It must be nice under those trees getting some shade. Feel bad for anyone who has to stand in the sun. Look, first off, I want to thank the organisers Nick and Angela, and everyone else who's working hard behind the scenes to make this happen. So much work goes into pulling these events together, and all credit to them for pulling this one off. My name, as Angela said, my name is Gabriel Shipton, and I'm here not just as an advocate for peace, but also as the brother of one of the war machine's greatest enemies, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. You know, one of Julian's quotes, this goes back to when it was the very early days of when he founded WikiLeaks, and he put out a white paper called Conspiracy of Governance. And one of the quotes that he led that white paper with was from Teddy Roosevelt, and it's from over a century ago. And it says, "To destroy the invisible government, to befoul an unholy alliance between corrupt business and corrupt politics is the first task of statesmanship." And I think we can all agree that not many of our leaders these days agree with that quote as their first task of statesmanship. But 100 years later, Julian accepted Roosevelt's call and developed what he called the Intelligence Agency of the People, an uncensorable website with 100% record of accuracy that brought us original source documents from inside corrupt business and corrupt governments from all around the world. You've got to imagine our government as an iceberg. The tip, the only part visible that we can see, is made up of the public statements and the state propaganda. But beneath the water, out of sight, lies the vast mass of vested interest profiteers that drive us into these endless wars against our own interest. Julian exposed those interests, and for that, he was punished. Julian called it scientific journalism, providing access to original source documents on WikiLeaks, empowered us to see through propaganda and understand the true goal, not winnable, but endless wars that would allow a transnational security elite to wash our tax dollars in blood and line their own pockets. There isn't a place on earth that hasn't been touched by Julian's secrecy-busting machine. You can point to any place on the globe and there will be a document on WikiLeaks that will tell you what is really going on there. And now I want to give you an example of the power of this machine, the power of these original source documents, what they can actually do. They can actually bring about the end of a war. One single document, a cable from the US Embassy in Iraq back to the State Department here in Washington, D.C. A cable that described how a group of soldiers went into a house and killed an Iraqi family, killed the children in the house, killed the grandparents, the fathers, the mothers in that house, and then called in an airstrike to destroy the evidence of their killing. The Iraqi government found out about this through the WikiLeaks cable, and that government summoned up all their power. They were very weak at the time because they'd been ravaged by this war that had been going on for many years, and they were able to summon up their power using this cable and refuse to renew the status of forces agreement, which eventually led to the Obama administration withdrawing the majority of the troops from Iraq. So that is the actual impact that a single leaked document can have to end a war. But Julian sacrificed so much to bring us these truths. He was detained for 14 years in the United Kingdom, 7 years in a tiny apartment, the Ecuadorian embassy in the centre of London, 5 years in a maximum security prison, enduring essentially what is solitary confinement in his cell, to 2 by 3 metre cell, 22 hours a day, for years and years on end. Countless smears in the media, this kind of psychological torture that was levelled against him to punish him, to make an example of him, to say to everybody else that if you expose these kind of things, if you expose these secrets, this will what happen to you. And in 2017, I think this is very relevant, because in 2017 what we saw was a speech by then CIA, the new CIA director, Mike Pompeo. And in his first public speech, he declared a fatwa against Julian and WikiLeaks. And it was at that point that we saw Julian's refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy became a black site in the centre of London. Every single move that Julian made within that embassy was recorded on high digital cameras, digital recordings of meetings, sound recordings, and all these recordings were sent back to headquarters every 15 days. Later on, we would go on to find out that there were plots within the CIA, plots and sketches drawn up to assassinate Julian, and also a plot to kidnap Julian from the Ecuadorian embassy. And that plot eventually took place with the legal cover given by the Department of Justice, a weaponized Department of Justice. But just a couple of months ago, Julian there is good news. Don't worry, there's good news. Just a couple of months ago, Julian was freed. So, yeah. And I got to sleep on his couch for the first time. So that was, pretty nice to be able to go to my older brother's house and sleep on his couch. I've been so used to travelling around the world advocating him, and now he's been able to give me a place to rest. So there was a pretty nice moment to see him and his two little boys back together again, just enjoying family and an end to his suffering, which is very relieving for our family. But it was through a global effort, a global grassroots effort of activism that led to his eventual freedom. Hundreds of thousands of people like you, all you people here today, around the world advocating with their elected representatives, signing petitions, donating, taking it to the streets, brought about that change. And it's one of the few concrete wins we've had against the war machine in the last years. On Monday, Julian's going to be speaking publicly for the first time since he was released. So, I think he's going to be "I'm back, fuckers," which will be pretty cool. So we're all looking forward to that, and looking forward to having his voice back with us and hearing what he's got to say about what's going on right now. But his freedom didn't come without a price. He was convicted by the DOJ for communicating with a source and publishing the information that source provided, information in the public interest. The conviction under the Espionage Act goes directly in the face of the First Amendment in this country and opens up a perilous pathway for the DOJ to prosecute journalists and publishers who have the courage to tell the truth about war. That's why we are pushing for a full pardon for Julian, to send a real message to the DOJ that they have overstepped here and that they can't threaten the First Amendment like this, and to wind back the awful precedent that's been set. One of Julian's sayings that we should always carry with us in these repressive times is, if wars can be started by lies, then peace can be started by truth. By educating ourselves with truthful information, we become empowered to question, to act, to protest, and to demand peace. And people coming together for peace is powerful. I can tell you a funny family story of ours. Back in 1970, a man and a woman attended an anti-Vietnam war rally, two people coming together for peace. At this rally, these two people got together over their shared desire, their desire for peace. But the next year, Christine gave birth to Julian Assange, and the rest is history. So we may not witness the full scale of our action together today, but when we come together for peace, we can alter the course of history. So Roosevelt, back to old Teddy Roosevelt, called to dismantle the unholy alliance between corrupt business and corrupt politics, and has left to us to continue this call for proper statesmanship and to demand governance that prioritises peace. So I want to thank you everyone for coming today and standing with us to bring an end to conflict around the world. And please visit pardonassange.org to join our campaign to pardon Julian. And we're having a little party tonight at the 14th and V Street, Busboys and Poets. So come down to that tonight if you want to celebrate with us and celebrate Julian's freedom. So thanks everyone. Peace.
Give another round of applause for Gabriel. It's been a privilege to see the way that Gabriel and Stella and the Assange family has fought for his freedom and that they finally achieved it. Gabriel has brought all of his skills as a remarkable filmmaker to really chronicle that fight. And so it's a real honor to have him here, and it's a real honor that it is right at the cusp of Julian Assange having finally been released and finally being ready to rejoin public life at the beginning of October. I know, for one, speaking for myself, he's a personal hero, and it will be great to have his voice back out there guiding us all. Next up, I want to introduce another great friend. It's Jose Vega. A lot of you will know him. Anyone who's in the anti-war movement will know him because he has really pushed forward this tactic of confronting the warmongers to their face. He will go to their events, he will call them out, whether they're in the media, they're politicians, and now he's getting into politics himself. He is running for Congress in New York's 15th district. It is Jose Vega.
Okay. It's crazy to think that I was here a year and a half ago in February when we had started this process of interventions where we were crashing town halls and congressional town halls, we were crashing news media, we were crashing all kinds of things. And we were going viral for it, for speaking the truth. And I'm proud here to be associated with so many like-minded people, to share the stage with people who want freedom. Freedom of thought. Freedom for our families. Most importantly, I am associated with people who have declared their independence. And as a result of people declaring their independence, that has put us one notch above the general minutia, the general population of people who are currently caught up chasing a delusion, including in this 2024 presidential race. Real people and real lives are in the balance. Because we have declared our independence, we are continuing to just go quicker than most people. Others who believe that they can win may have sprinted for a while, but they are dropping by the wayside. We should not look around only to find that our friends aren't there anymore with us, or our enemies are there with us. And if we're the only ones running, that means we have to step in and lead and be the leaders and take control of the situation that is before us today. Our country is looking into an abyss right now, and the entire world is looking into that same abyss. Are we going to allow this so-called country, Israel, to bomb countries like Lebanon and Gaza and turn them into rubble just because they can? But here's the truth. What everyone here is doing is much more powerful than so-called tyrants who think because they can command death at will that they have power. But the real power is here, in front of the people who have gathered here in this place of rotten corruption that once stood for something so great. And as my friend Nick Brana said, yes, I am a congressional candidate. and I'm running against Richie Torres. And I'm proud to say I'm not running alone. My friend Diane Sayre is also running for U.S. Senate in New York. But we are not running for the glory of it, because glory is not the prize. We are not running to become wealthy, because wealth is not the prize. And we aren't running for fame, because fame is not the prize. Look at what is happening to the rich and famous in Hollywood right now. And in New York City, where I come from, the prize is freedom. We are running for the prize of freedom. The freedom to think for ourselves, the freedom to do for ourselves, the freedom to build strong, beautiful, robust cities. The freedom to discover new ways of thinking, of changing the world, of bringing wealth to the poor, of bringing water to the desert. We don't believe in government by artificial intelligence like Samantha Power does, or Zelensky. We believe in government by real intelligence, the real intelligence of real people. We don't believe in phoning in our freedom. We don't believe in self-government by smartphone. We believe in people being accountable to other people, not to an app. Food is not grown on an app. Water is not purified on an app. A smart robot is not going to walk into a burning World Trade Center to save you. That takes a person with a heart. That takes a person with a heart. And that is the only way we can return our freedom to the United States. It's the only way to return freedom to Europe, and it is the only way to maintain freedom around the world. One Nelson Mandela is worth 1,000 tech-savvy consultants that think they know how to run a government. And it is good to remember that often in the history of humanity there has been one person who has been right when everyone else has either not known what was right or has been completely wrong. When Einstein wrote his paper on special relativity, he was the only person in the world that knew that the universe didn't work the way everyone else thought. He was right, even though many people thought he was wrong. When Beethoven wrote his Ninth Symphony, even though he was deaf, he was the first to have heard it before the rest of humanity could have heard it. And when Martin Luther King gave his speech at this small 61 years ago, he did not know at this time that everyone else would be wrong when he was right. Especially when he said the words that the choice is not between violence and nonviolence. The choice is between nonviolence and non-existence. And that is where we find ourselves today, friends. I ask all of us not to just sit here and listen to each other, but to move and act, and to get others to declare their independence that you have already declared for yourself, because that is your responsibility. Freedom is the ability to make other people free. And if you believe that, you must act in that every second of your life. So thank you all for having me here.
Here, our next speaker is also our co-host and co-organizer. I want to welcome to the stage the chair and founder of the People's Party and an essential person on the Kennedy campaign, Nick Brana.
Hello, everybody. Great to see you. Good to see you raging against the war machine. Who was here the first time for the fish Rage Against the War Machine? That is great to see. We have a lot of our amazing speakers who are with us the first time too. You know, war has always, as you've heard from some of the other speakers, it's always been a moral, a spiritual, and an economic catastrophe. Just to use some examples from our own time, war is being used as an excuse to liquidate our freedoms in this country. It's being used as an excuse to take our freedom of speech, to surveil everything that we say and do online, to collect it in a massive data center where it's now being analyzed by artificial intelligence, to build models of who is a dissident, who needs to be targeted by the government. It's been used to take resources that should be going towards providing for people. It was Dwight D. Eisenhower who said that in the final sense, every bomb dropped is food that is taken from the hungry and is clothes and shelter that is denied to the cold. It's also, of course, used to dominate the world. It's used to kill millions of people in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Syria, in Libya, around the world. And it always has been. I want to talk about, though, a new aspect of war. Because in the modern age, war is no longer only an economic and a moral and a spiritual travesty, but it is also not survivable as a human species. When an intelligent species, civilization, crosses a certain threshold, as we did in 1945, and invents existentially threatening weapons, nuclear weapons in our case, it gains the ability to destroy itself for the first time. Carl Sagan called it our technological adolescence. We've entered the period at which we can wipe ourselves out, but we do not yet have the wisdom or the institutions to avoid doing so. Today, nuclear weapons are being joined by the advance of technology by other existentially threatening weapons. I had the privilege of working with Bobby Kennedy for the past year as a senior advisor and his ballot access director. Got some Bobby Kennedy fans out there, I see. One of the main reasons that I joined his campaign was that Bobby was the only one who understood, out of all the candidates, he understood this risk. He understood that we had crossed qualitative thresholds in our technology that now gave war the ability to destroy humanity entirely. And he was the only one who had the courage to speak about it, as he has the courage to speak about so many things that others don't. He said, for example, he pointed out, and of course he was criticized for this, for saying that we've now developed ethnically targeted bioweapons. We can now design viruses, combine them through a process called gain of function to mix all of the deadliest properties. We can make a virus, whether it's in a corporate lab, a government lab, or even a university lab now. We can combine the deadliest viruses, that mortality rate, with a high rate of virulence, it spreads through the air, very contagious, and a high incubation period. That means that millions and billions of people around the world could be sick before you were even symptomatic. How long is it before a state, whether it's the United States, Russia, China, releases such a virus, as we saw with COVID? And another existentially threatening risk that I want to talk about that must make war obsolete now is artificial intelligence. The leaders in the field of artificial intelligence a year ago signed a letter saying that AI is on par with nuclear weapons and engineered viruses as an existential threat. And it needs to be taken that seriously. We need global conventions to be able to manage artificial intelligence and prevent it from destroying ourselves. Leaders in the field of AI are saying that we can achieve artificial general intelligence as early as 2027. AI is now in the process of being militarized and taken over by the Pentagon. One of the leading companies in AI OpenAI, which developed ChatGPT, gained 100 million users in lightning time. Only one of a handful of companies that's leading. The founder, Sam Altman, has repeatedly stated that artificial intelligence will eventually wipe us all out, but it's going to make a lot of people like him very rich before that happens. Now it's being taken over by, they've added to their board Larry Summers and the former head of the NSA and U.S. Cyber Command. So the question that comes to my mind is, in this world, this brave new world, this 1984 that we're sinking into, where we're hypnotized by the pace of technological advancement, dazzled by escapism and political theater and meaningless content, more connected than ever, yet more alienated and alone than ever. Is there still enough fighting spirit within the human will to be able to reverse course? Humanity is being euthanized. The drug is slipping into our veins, numbing the pain of this world. Our vision is blurring, a darkness closing in from the periphery. Our focus is slipping. What will we find as our eyes close and we fall deeper into our collective unconscious? Will we go quietly into that good night? Will we surrender to the sedatives? To the beckon of the infinite nothingness? Or, as life hangs by a thread on this world, will a final flash of those who we love, of the incalculable beauty and value of life on Earth, light up our neurons? Will it cause our minds to pump adrenaline, our hearts to beat faster, our free will to awaken from the encircling darkness, our eyes to burst wide open, our lungs to breathe in deeply, our bodies to shoot up right, our hands to rip the IVs from our veins, our voice to roar? We will not go quietly. Say it with me. Say it with me. We will not go quietly. Fight, 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 fight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nick. Up next, we're going to have Tatiana Moroz, a beautiful and graceful singer and songwriter.
Please and thank you. testing the vocals, and we're making sure that you can hear me sing. I guess you can. All right, everybody, my name's Tatiana Moroz. This is Jordan Page. We're very grateful to be here at the Rage Against War rally. Thank you very much to the organizers for putting this all together, and thank you all for taking an interest in what is probably the most important thing that we should be doing right now, is making sure that we don't all get blown up. So, this first song is called What You Gonna Do? I wrote it off of my album, Love Songs for Idiots. And it is, you'll see what it's about. What you gonna do when they come for you? Are you gonna lay down and die? Tell me, officer, tell me, what did I do? Was it 'cause I was speaking my mind? What is the limit, and are we still in it? Can we go and change the tide? Tell me what to do when they come for you. Tell me what to do when they come for you. Thought we were free inside. Are you gonna wait? Will you be prepared when they set the world on fire? Did you learn the truth? I know that you're scared. These two would wanna fight for a liar. What is the limit, and are we still in it? Can we go and change the tide? Tell me what to do when they come for you. Tell me what to do when they come for you. Thought we were free inside. Answer the call, this could be the end. Defend our sacred ground. The devil will fall, he isn't your friend. Buying souls by the pound. What is the limit, and are we still in it? Can we go and change the tide? Tell me what to do when they come for. Tell me what to do when they come for. Thought we were free inside. Together we stand, fight side by side. God has a plan, come sing with the band. Open up your mind. What is the limit, and are we still in it? Can we go and change the tide? Tell me what to do when they come for. Tell me what to do when they come for. I know what to do when they come for you, 'cause I know we're free inside. Thank you. This is Jordan Page. I'm Tatiana Moroz. We are Shadow Band. That should be the name of our band. Damn, that's good. See, I'm just doing this right on the spot, folks. All right, this next song I'm going to take from somebody who probably sold their soul to the devil. But before he did, he made some really good songs. And this is a really classic anti-war song. Unfortunately, it is still relevant today. I hope that I will eventually be able to stop singing it and crying. So the song is called Masters of War.
and check out that case. It's really important. My last song, I'm going to try and lift it up a little bit because it's a little depressing. This song is called Never Give Up, and I actually wrote it for the Bitcoin community. One of the best ways to fight the overlords is to participate in the Bitcoin economy. So never give up. Get your money out of these stupid banks, and have control over your finances. All right, it's called Never Give Up. So happy this is happening. Bitcoin marching to the happening. 'Cause we've come so far to get here now. The bear market was a nasty one. Let's admit it wasn't very fun. But it's ride or die. Not about the price. Welcome to the family. Did you get your first Satoshi? Welcome to an army where we never give up. Liberty, autonomy is what we're after. We the people have had about enough. So we'll never give up. Central banking just ain't the same. They only want to play corruption games. They want to censor everything we do. Inflation that'll steal from you. Wasting money funding all the wars. It's always something we did not ask for. We can be more civilized. Violence won't make it right. Welcome to the family. Did you get your first Satoshi? Welcome to an army where we never give up. Liberty, autonomy is what we're after. We the people have had about enough. We'll never give up. You can't trust. You gotta verify, and it's tough when you find they're not your friends. Yeah, we all wanna be the big chief of money, Lizzie the Cherokee, loving Sam Bankman-Fried. Can't you see they're lying? Did you get your first Satoshi? Welcome to an army where we never give up. Liberty, autonomy is what we're after. We the people have had about enough. So we'll never give up. No, keep your chin up. Your chin up, no, we'll never give up. Oh, 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 no, we'll never give up. All right, homies, buy Bitcoin, support free Ross. Tell your friends, you got to amplify these voices. So thank you all for coming out. Thank you to Rage Against the War Machine. This is Jordan Page. My name's Tatiana Moroz. Peace.
Next, we are going to have Dave Benner, author of Thomas Paine, A Lifetime of Radicalism. He's also a contributor to the Mises Institute. Let's welcome Dave Benner. Thank you.
Thank you. War is the health of the state. Randolph Bourne first said it, and the whole anti-war movement believes it. But the war regime itself subsists on war propaganda. It needs it to create its false narratives and launch its immoral wars. As Daniel McAdams put it, war propaganda greases the wheels of the war machine. The CIA, the military-industrial complex, and the CNN are all aligned on this, and have been for many decades. They always regurgitate the same tired lines. The CIA's latest boogeyman is always a unique Hitler-like figure who will conquer the world unless the U.S. bankrolls a war against him. And if you dare dissent from this view, you're just an appeaser and secret sympathizer of the enemy. They've done it for decades. If you oppose the war in Vietnam, you're called a communist, an ally of Ho Chi Minh. If you protested the invasion of Iraq, they said you were a supporter of Saddam. They're doing the same thing at this exact moment. If you reject NATO expansion and oppose a single penny of the $175 billion spent on Ukraine, they claim you're a pro-Putin Russian agent. I'm sure many in this crowd have had that experience. If you take issue with Israel's warpath of bloodshed and devastation in Gaza, the war propagandists will say that you've chosen the side of Hamas. And if you reject the view that Iran is an existential threat, I promise you they will call you pro-Ayatollah. They always warn of foreign enemies, but the reality is that the enemies are within our own gates. They're in the halls of Congress, the conference rooms of Foggy Bottom, and on the board of Lockheed Martin. As they push us closer to a nuclear war with Russia and China, they're trying to revive the Cold War and bring about a new doomsday clock. But we don't need a new doomsday clock. We need a new peacetime olive branch. And despite the madness of the regime, war wasn't always the American way. George Washington, whose monument stands before us now, issued the Neutrality Proclamation at the height of the French Revolutionary Wars and warned of the dangers of foreign entanglements when the Republic was young. Thomas Jefferson, whose monument is to our south, preached that peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none, should be the American creed. And when speaking of the best merits of America, John Quincy Adams said that America goes not abroad in search of monsters to destroy. So peace and non-intervention wasn't just some utopian fairy tale. It was the American tradition, and it mostly remained so for over a century. The war regime has thus perverted our first principles for the sake of their costly and indefensible wars. They've charged Edward Snowden and Julian Assange and keep Ross Ulbricht locked up for nonviolent offenses. So laugh at those who parrot war propaganda and counter it with truth. Deride and mock the war regime for plunging us into debt, destroying our currency, and eradicating our civil liberties. Let truth then be the platform upon which this anti-war movement stands. Because as the heroic Julian Assange once said, if wars can be started by lies, peace can be started by truth. And we still believe it. Thank you, Rage Against the War Machine.
Thank you so much, Dave Benner. Up next, I want to welcome to the stage one of the most courageous and principled anti-war voices. He knows how to attack the right from the right. Please welcome Dan McAdams, director of the Ron Paul Institute.
I just want to take a selfie. Thank you, Angela, and everyone
who's put out a huge amount of effort to bring us together to Rage Against the War Machine 2.0. I'm honored to be in front of you all. I'm humbled to be in front of you all. In fact, nearly 22 years ago, I was right here protesting the impending Iraq War. It was in January and it was freezing cold. Maybe some of you were there as well. I was wheeling my then almost 2-year-old son in the freezing DC winter, protesting against that war, which we knew was on the horizon. And we also knew it was based on a pack of lies. As my good friend who preceded me said, wars are always based on a pack of lies. But they're also based on propaganda, as Dave so well said, but they're also based on narratives. So I'm going to talk a little bit about narratives today, because we're fighting war with narratives, and narratives are made to keep people quiet. They're made to keep people sequestered in their little mini groups. They're meant to keep people from questioning what they're being told by the mainstream media. And I kind of realized that back then in 2003, early 2003. And it was a big rally, if you'll remember, one of the biggest ever in DC anti-war rallies. And I carried a sign explicitly made for the reason of challenging a narrative, and the sign said, right-wing anti-war. And I knew the expectation was that a lot of my colleagues on the progressive side would dominate and indeed would make up 100% of the protests. And so I wanted to challenge the narrative for the mainstream media, and that's why I held up my right-wing anti-war sign. And it actually worked pretty well, because the media rushed over to me and said, what is this all about? You guys on the right wing, you're supposed to be pro-war. You're supposed to love all this stuff. And so it was effective to challenge the narrative. And well, now it seems like the sides are switching to a degree, which is to be welcome. But the fact of the matter is that the majority of Americans do not want war. You can look at any poll. Even as they manufacture consent for each coming war, Americans don't favor war. And how do we know that? Because the peace candidate always wins. And I emphasize the word candidate. Because you remember George W. Bush, I'm looking for a humble foreign policy, he said before he set the Middle East on fire. Obama ran on being the peace candidate counter to George W. Bush's blowing up the Middle East. He was saying that Iraq was a mistake. I'm the peace candidate. And he was very, very good at presenting that message. And then he proceeded to destroy, Libya, Syria, where else? Many other places. So then Trump was elected in 2016 as a counter to Obama's warmongering and drowning American citizens, which he did, I think, 2 or 3 times. Trump was elected to counter that. So the peace candidate wins. The trick that we all have to figure out is how to hold their feet to the fire once they do win. Now, there's an interesting poll that came out this past week, and Responsible Statecraft had it up on their website, but it showed a couple of very interesting things. First of all, and this is a large poll of American opinion, 66% of those who responded want a negotiated end to the Ukraine war. 66, 2/3 of the American public want an end to this war. And here's another interesting piece from the poll. Only 24% of those polled, 24%, support unconditional U.S. military aid to Israel. Now, you'd never know that listening to the mainstream media. You'd never know that listening to right-wing talking heads, but it's a fact. Americans don't want these wars. But they're selling a narrative. And when that narrative fails, they'll make up a new one. Well, what happened when we saw student protests break out over the country when the Israelis were pummeling Gaza and killing thousands and thousands of civilians? Well, young people tend to be a little bit more filled with spirit than you are as you get older, and they went on and protested. So what was the narrative? Well, they are all Hamas sympathizers, as was said by my predecessor. That was the narrative. And it was meant to do one thing, I think, very, very importantly, and that was to prevent the conservatives, Christians, pro-life people. It was purposely done to prevent them from squaring that circle. Because if you lost this group, if you lose the right on this issue, on the issue of the Middle East war, then it's a massive danger. And so you saw a lot of probably conservatives and Christians who were concerned about the massive civilian toll in Gaza, and they decided I'm going to sit this one out. I don't want to be affiliated with Hamas. I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to have some agent take my picture here and put it online and I lose my job, or I don't want to get kicked out of school. Likewise, and we heard it before too, those protesting the war in Ukraine, as we were here 2 years ago to discuss, to oppose that war. Well, you're Putin's puppet, of course. You hate America. And the narrative was it was an unprovoked attack by Russia on Ukraine. But when the narrative really comes under threat, that's when you see the empire strike out. That's when you see the claws under the gloves. And we're seeing it now. There really is a chill that's descending upon the First Amendment in this country. We talked about it a little bit when we had our little interview here. But the empire feels threatened by counter-narratives that are leaking out. That's why my good friend Scott Ritter's home was raided, because he was speaking out powerfully with his vast experience as a U.S. government employee in intelligence and a weapons inspector to challenge the narrative. No, this doesn't work. And he was doing it on two fronts, both the Ukraine war front and the Middle East front. And so what did they do? They raided his house and stole all his stuff. And just as with Julian Assange, yes, it was partly about Assange, but it was mostly about the rest of us. Because no one wants to get their house wrecked by the FBI and have their stuff stolen. Right? That's why they did Telegram. Pablo Durov was not the hero that we want. He was no Julian Assange, let's say that. But Telegram was allowing people to communicate relatively more freely without the government's hands and fingers in there. And so what happens? He gets to France and he's arrested and faces 20 years in prison. I hate to put myself in his shoes. I hate to criticize him because I'm not in his shoes, but he caved and said, okay, I will let governments have a back door. What about the attacks on RT? Without giving us any evidence, the worst Secretary of State in U.S. history, Tony Blinken, came out and said, well, RT and the people associated with it are undermining our democracy, are undermining our system of government. How are they doing that? Well, they're providing counter narratives. They're challenging the narrative. And what was the intention of doing this? It was to silence people. Say everything was true that they claim about RT. Say it is totally Russian propaganda. Say Putin gets up in the morning and he writes all the newscasts for everyone to read. So what? We're allowed to consume propaganda. We're allowed to speak propaganda. We can speak propaganda from dawn till dusk. We can embrace different narratives if we want. It's called the First Amendment. It's not granted by government, as Judge Napolitano would say. It's granted by our Creator. It's because of our humanity that we have this right. Why do you think the war was on TikTok? Because young people were looking at videos from Gaza and seeing kids blown apart, and they didn't like it. And they were sharing it with their friends, and they didn't like it. That's why if you look at polls, you will see that young people very, very, very strongly oppose what's happening in Gaza. The second fellow who attempted former President Trump's life, I'm not going to say his name here, but his views were identical to that which the mainstream was pushing on Ukraine. He bought the narrative. He bought it big time. He bought the narrative and he came to a conclusion that a lot of people will come to. because of the way the narrative's presented. So what happened? The mainstream media and the deep state realized how dangerous it was, and so they presented a new narrative. And that's why we had Avril Haines, the director of national intelligence, briefing Donald Trump. You're not going to believe this, Donald. It wasn't a couple of crazy people. It's not a conspiracy in the government. It's those Iranians who are behind it. The Iranians are trying to get you. That's who it is. And unfortunately, Trump seems to have swallowed that line. Not that they don't have reason to be PO'd because, he assassinated Soleimani. Nevertheless, Avril Haines, who is she? Well, she was the one who was huddling with John Brennan in 2016, cooking up the Russiagate narrative, the false narrative. She's the same person now, and she's bringing another false narrative. So Israel has slaughtered tens of thousands of civilians. They're now bombing Lebanon. They killed the head of Hezbollah, Nasrallah. You don't have to like or dislike him to recognize the fact that they used 85 bunker buster bombs in a civilian population to take this one person out. And a lot of civilians died because of this. These are 4,000-pound bombs, 85 of them. They drop in your neighborhood. It's not going to be a good day for you. And what did President Biden say, or at least his spokesman say in his name? Israel has a right to defend itself. That's the narrative. No matter what happens, no matter how many kids you kill, Israel has a right to defend itself. Yes, but they don't have the right to kill 40,000 civilians in the process of doing so. Where are the pro-life conservative Christians? They're nowhere to be seen. They're very few. Maybe they're afraid to speak up. Why aren't the churches talking about Christians being slaughtered in the Middle East? They're terrified because they have been able to establish the narrative that criticism of the secular state of Israel means that you hate Jewish people, which is insane. Because a lot of the protests on the college campuses were led by progressive Jewish students. They're leading the movement against this war. But the narrative holds strong and it terrifies people. But it also terrifies governments that the pro-life community will start speaking out in favor of life, which is kind of their job. They'll try to write it off. But we hold the power, all of us. Now, there aren't that many of us here, and we can be discouraged by that. But as Dr. Paul always says, quantity doesn't matter, it's quality. So each one of us has a job to do to counter these narratives in any way you can, to use whatever resources you have, to simply talk to people and let them know there are other ways of looking at these things. It doesn't have to be this way. We can unite beyond these little partisan cages that they put us in. And that's what we have to do. We have to free ourselves and free our minds first, and then work together for peace. Thank you very much.
Introduce you to Russell, journalist, activist, and co-host of Due Dissidence.
What's up? Bob Dylan, late in his career and well past the peak of his powers, recorded the forgettable blues tune, "You Gotta Serve Somebody." The conceit was that no matter who you are, laborer or king, you have to bend the knee to something or someone. A lot of people seem to believe this. And as the election approaches, like a meteor set to strike the last of our illusions of American exceptionalism, with its choice between a half-bright narcissist and a deep state hologram, we can see formerly sturdy knees hit the dirt one by one, and formerly sensible mouths speaking the most ridiculous justifications for their service to one of these two exemplars of social collapse. The Palestinian people who have been bought and sold and traded and betrayed so many times already are now being sold out again by many self-described progressives for the promise of a free school lunch and legal weed, with Kamala's selection of stolen valor candidate and serial liar Tim Walz being just the fig leaf they needed to go home to the corrupt Democratic Party that they only pretend to leave between election seasons. Some saw gold in them Gaza genocide hills. Many of the commentators who have been racking up clicks and ad revenue off the exploitation of Arab death have run from their cause like Matthew Miller from a crucifix and sunlight, now that the better opportunity of the Kamala campaign has come along. Of course, nobody says outright that they're abandoning the Palestinians to their fate. Instead, they pretend to be reading subtle messages hidden in Kamala's selection of Walz and in her occasional acknowledgement of the untold horrors that the Biden administration continues to fund and equip. The subtext being, it's the old white guy's fault. Just wait until a black woman is in that White House, she'll show them. This in spite of the fact that insofar as we can infer anything from Kamala's record, it's that she will be the perfect puppet that the deep state has been after since Kennedy caught a bullet for thinking he was in charge. This offers a tremendous opportunity for a rival campaign to set a different course. Unfortunately, the Trump campaign is not that campaign. Many say they like Trump for his honesty, and one does have to admit, no other politician at his level of the game would stand in front of a bank of flags representing a foreign country, in this case Israel, and brag about how billionaire advocates for that country, in this case the Adelsons, told him what to do on that country's behalf, and then go on to describe how quickly he got it done as he did last week, declaring his intention to make Israel great again for good measure. The American people seem to have slipped his mind in the heat of the moment as he danced for those sweet AIPAC dollars. And how sweet they are! So sweet that many who would speak at a Rage Against the War Machine focused on Ukraine last year will not speak at one whose declared aims include ending the war in Gaza. Others do not want to be associated with its sister event, Rescue the Republic. But I believe, as do our hosts Angela and Nick, that we should speak to those with whom we disagree. In that spirit, it is truly remarkable how many people who saw clearly that the war in Ukraine is something we have no business being involved in, European country though it may be, avowed bastion of the Western values that so many here this weekend claim to adore so much, have revealed themselves as rabid and unreasoning supporters of Israel after October 7th. No, this is not our fight, they said rightly when it came to Ukraine. And besides, this country is so corrupt they gave Hunter Biden a job. Who knows how many BMWs and back waxes our money is going to end up paying for? But when it comes to a country so corrupt that its Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu would rather keep on slaughtering children than negotiate a peace that would allow the ongoing criminal proceedings against him to resume, they're all in. When it comes to a racist apartheid state
that blocks food aid as a weapon of war, that attacks hospitals, houses of worship, and its own declared safe zones, that openly executes journalists and activists, some of them American citizens. They say, we have to stand with Israel. It's an oasis of Western values in the Middle East. Well, if by Western values we're thinking of King Leopold's tenure in the Congo, Spain's gay romp through South America, the U.S. genocide of its native population, the Australia where an Aborigine scalp could fetch you a few pounds, well then yes, a country full of white Europeans dropped in the middle of a non-white indigenous population whose land they steal and whose people they slaughter, all the while blaming their savages for their savagery when they attempt to fight back. Israel is a true bastion of Western values in the Middle East. And God help the indigenous people there if history is any guide. To all of this, the Israelis have an answer: the Bible. In this, they are of one mind with their Christian Zionist supporters. They only differ on canon. For Jews, there is only episode 1, the Phantom Hebrews, in which they take the land from the unwashed Philistine. If they contemplate the sequel, in which they function as Jesus bait, before those Jews who continue to reject the Prince of Peace are thrown into the lake of fire upon his return, they have the good taste not to mention it, as they indulge the apocalyptic fantasies of their Christian counterparts. In the words of the great Israeli historian Ilan Pappé, most Israelis are secular, but they all believe God promised them Palestine. So do you really have to serve somebody? Do you really have to get behind an establishment avatar or a trust fund plutocrat? There is something slavish in human nature that tells us it is so, but there is also something noble in us that tells us to resist. It was not the nobility that was most devoted to the king. It was the peasants that took the most pride in their connection to the big man in the castle on the hill, who saw their place in the world as being inextricably linked to their acceptance and celebration of their place in the feudal order. It's the same impulse that drives people to think that union-busting, Netanyahu knee-pad-wearing Elon Musk is their champion, that Trump is a friend to the working man, in spite of all the working men he stiffed over the years, that Kamala is anything more than a cutout for the anti-human agenda of her handlers, or the fact that the country is running just the same without a president as it ever has with one, doesn't prove once and for all that the job has become ceremonial, with the military-industrial complex that Eisenhower warned us of ruling through bloodless ghouls like Jake Sullivan. Some say you have to decolonize your mind. That may be so. But what you also have to do is de-peasantize your mind. You don't have to bend the knee to any of these warmongering narcissists that wouldn't piss on you and yours if you were on fire. Whether you're talking about Nancy Pelosi, Dick Cheney, Kamala Harris, or yes, Donald Trump. We need to get off our knees. Because when the people come together and stop accepting the way things are, that's when they truly change. And that's exactly what they're afraid of. That's why they keep us bogged down fighting about drag queens and DEI hires while they laugh their asses off and count their cash. Whether it's from the house on the hill or from the podcast studio where the most money is to be made catering to cultural grievance while the rich get richer and you keep on getting poorer. The CIA and the FBI used to send agents out to infiltrate political groups and get them fighting. They don't have to do that anymore for the most part. The social media algorithms do the job for them, and there are plenty of folks with a microphone happy to help. If we want to stop these wars, we have to stop playing their game. We need to stop accepting their framing. We have to call an election between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump out as the disgrace that it is. We need to reject a system that tells us we have no better choices than these and that we don't deserve better choices than these. We do have a choice. It's a choice between endorsing this system or coming together to shut it down. To shut down a system that thinks so little of us that it expects us to take these disgusting freaks that pass themselves off as our leaders seriously. And don't let the new commentariat tell you otherwise. Those folks are getting fat off your desperation while they funnel you right back into the system. Whether it's the grifters telling you to vote Kamala for the free school lunch, or the grifters telling you that Donald Trump is your champion. When someone tells you either of those things, you should put your hand on your wallet because they're about to steal it. De-peasantize your mind. Because when we listen to that other voice, the voice that tells us to stand up and resist, that's when castles fall. That's when old corrupt systems crumble. That's when revolutions are made. Thank you.
Next up, we've got another good friend of mine, Diane Sayre. She is running as an independent for Congress in New York. For Senate in New York. She's challenging notorious warmonger Kirsten Gillibrand, and she's a longtime member and leader of the LaRouche movement. Diane Sayre.
Thanks, Angela and Nick. Glad to be here again. I wish it weren't necessary, and I think it's more dangerous this time than it was before. I don't think it would be prudent to depend on the alleged rationality of Raytheon's Lloyd Austin to keep Biden from caving to Keir Starmer and allowing Zelensky to use long-range missiles to strike deep inside of Russia. Putin apparently agrees with me. In 1971, an American economist warned that if Nixon decoupled the dollar from gold and brought down the Bretton Woods system, that the United States would be plunged into fascism and a state of perpetual war. That economist was Lyndon LaRouche. In 1975, LaRouche proposed an international development bank and secured an agreement from the Ba'ath Party in Iraq to fund an Israel-Palestine peace agreement based on greening the desert. Henry Kissinger personally flew to Paris, France, to stop that from occurring. And in 1982, Kissinger wrote a personal letter to the head of the FBI saying, we have to do something about LaRouche. His people are getting obnoxious. LaRouche and his wife continued their efforts to bring an end to the IMF and World Bank dictatorship. They met with Indira Gandhi when she was the head of the non-aligned movement and the president of Mexico. LaRouche even became Ronald Reagan's back channel to the Soviet Union to make an offer of joint laser defense against nuclear missiles to end the threat of nuclear war. And in 1986, 400 U.S. Marshals, FBI agents, county sheriffs assembled at LaRouche's home with the intent to assassinate him. When Reagan called that off, they surrounded LaRouche's office, stole thousands of papers, and declared all of his publications involuntarily bankrupt. Meanwhile, the news media, in a coordinated fashion, did their job. LaRouche was a political extremist, a crackpot, an anti-Semite, a fringe cult leader. The slander campaign was so effective that there might even be people here who cringed when I brought up his name. By 1989, LaRouche and a dozen of his associates were in prison. His sentence was 15 years, and Henry Kissinger wrote to the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board to say LaRouche should not be released on parole. He served 5 years. Does this sound familiar? We have a presidential candidate who has called for ending the war between Russia and Ukraine being targeted for assassination. Not by Iran, I will say. Other presidential candidates are denied ballot status, press coverage. I'm on the ballot in the state of New York against Gillibrand. I got 70,000 signatures, but according to the press, I don't exist. In fact, you may not even see me here. It's just a mirage. We have a Democratic Party nominee who promises to make our military more lethal, and she didn't even get one single vote in any Democratic primary. Believe it or not, our great advantage is the collapse of this stinking mess of a transatlantic system. These criminal bastards can't hold it together. No matter what, no matter how much money they print, no matter how much money they don't print, no matter how much they raise the interest rates or lower the interest rates, no matter how many Palestinian children they murder, they cannot save their system. This is their Achilles heel, and we have to say it. Stop worshiping the stock market fools. Jamie Dimon should be in jail. Larry Fink should be in jail. We need a whole new system actually based on the former American system of Alexander Hamilton and Matthew and Henry Carey. At the moment, Russia and China are leading in that direction. The BRICS countries are not the enemy. Our enemy is the same enemy as it was in 1776. It is the British liberal system of free trade, which has completely taken over our nation and made us into our opposite. What is the issue? The issue is the nature of man. Mankind is not an animal. Human beings are beautiful, and as our Declaration of Independence asserts, every single one of us from New York to Timbuktu is born equal, with an equal potential for genius. This is why no one can rule us without our consent, and we elect them to protect our safety and happiness, not to loot us, kill us, and silence us when we object. We owe it to every Palestinian child to ensure that they have not died in vain, that their brothers and sisters and all children everywhere will grow up in a world where war and barbarism are a thing of the past. They will live in beautiful cities and towns with modern infrastructure, clean water, and electricity for 24 hours a day. They will have the opportunity to become violinists and astronauts. I'm going to close with a quote from Helen Keller, who is a great American, both deaf and blind, for those of you who may not know who she was, on her thoughts when she visited the Empire State Building. This is a letter. She writes, Forest Hills, New York, January 13th, 1932. Dear Dr. Finley, after many days and many tribulations which are inseparable from existence here below, I sit down to the pleasure of writing to you and answering your delightful question. What did you think of the sight when you were on the top of the Empire State Building? Frankly, I was so entranced seeing that I did not think about the sight. If there was a subconscious thought of it, it was in the nature of gratitude to God for having given the blind seeing minds. As I now recall the view I had from the Empire Tower, I am convinced that until we have looked into darkness, we cannot know what a divine thing vision is. But what of the Empire building? It was a thrilling experience to be whizzed in a lift a quarter of a mile heavenward and to see New York spread out like a marvelous tapestry beneath us. There was the Hudson, more like the flash of sword blades than a noble river. The little island of Manhattan, set like a jewel in its nest of rainbow waters, stared up into my face, and the solar system circled about my head. Why, I thought the sun and the stars are suburbs of New York, and I never knew it. I had a sort of wild desire to invest in a bit of real estate on one of the planets. All sense of depression and hard times vanished. I was pleasantly surprised to find the Empire building so poetical. End quote. If we look at the world through the eyes of Helen Keller and act according to our inner vision, as opposed to the terror being thrown at us, war will become a relic of a distant dark age past. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Diane Sayre. Up next, we have a former Maine State Senator and the current Executive Director of the Free State Project. Please welcome to the stage Eric Brakey.
Does this thing come off? Oh, all right. I'm going to get out from behind this podium. Hello, it's so good to see you. I'm glad to be here with you in the Imperial City. By the way, isn't the Imperial City just a beautiful city? I mean, it really is one of the most beautiful cities you will ever visit. I mean, look at the green grass, the beautiful buildings. You know, you may or may not know this, but Washington, D.C. is, in fact, the richest region in America. The richest region in America, in the richest country to ever exist on the face of planet Earth. And it makes you start to wonder and ask a question, how did that happen? What do they make in Washington, D.C.? They aren't really known for manufacturing or agriculture or finance or technology. That's not what they make in Washington, D.C. What they make is war and propaganda and inflation. And apparently those are very good businesses to be in because it's made them the richest region in America with the 5 richest counties in America, suburbs of this beautiful city founded on plunder and lies. So we're here in the Imperial City to rage against the war machine, to rage against the injustice, the death of the innocents. But the sad truth is, in this Imperial City, that's all we can do. Is we can rage against the war machine. We can stand up, we can speak out, we can make our voices heard. They haven't totally destroyed the First Amendment freedom of speech just yet, despite their best efforts. We can come up and we can rage. But if we want to defeat the war machine, the sad truth is, that's not going to happen in Washington, D.C. This is not the place to defeat the war machine. And I'll tell you, I serve in 3 terms in the Maine State Senate. I've run for federal office twice. I applied 2 times for a job in this Imperial City. The first time I ran for the United States Senate in 2018 against the fake independent warmonger U.S. Senator from Maine, Angus King. And that's how I ended up named in the Twitter files. Because when he stood in my home city of Auburn, Maine, on the anniversary of the 9/11 Twin Tower attacks, he got up in front of everyone and said, you know, this Russian cyber hacking election meddling is the same kind of attack on America as when they flew planes into towers. My jaw dropped a little bit when I heard that. I thought, is this really the comparison that we're making? Have we become so deranged in this hyperbolic saber rattling for war with Russia that these conspiracy theories about the 2016 election are now being compared by U.S. senators who sit on the U.S. Intelligence Committee in the Senate to the 9/11 Twin Tower attacks? I thought that was crazy, so I thought, all right, maybe everyone should know he's making these comparisons, so we released the video. He didn't like that very much when it was picked up by Tucker Carlson and Breitbart News, and that's why this U.S. senator on the U.S. Intelligence Committee went to the Twitter executives and said, you've got to censor this guy and all his supporters. He is challenging the war propaganda, and that is not allowed. So I made a second attempt to run and try to change the imperial city from the inside. I ran for Congress, and this time it was the neoconservatives and Kevin McCarthy who came out and spent millions against me to stop me from getting here. And you know what? The thing I've learned over the years, over these runs for federal office is we're not going to change it from the inside. This is a fortified citadel of corruption. And our adversaries in the military-industrial complex who are pushing these war plans literally have access to a money-printing machine. In these races that cost millions of dollars where money really counts, it's nothing for them to print money out of thin air, pass it around to all their special interest friends, and have it flood back into their campaigns and PACs and all of that. And we, those of us who love peace, those of us who love liberty, are at a severe disadvantage. But that's only for the federal races. Because what I have learned is that if we are going to defeat the war machine and not just stand here in the imperial city and rage against it, it's not going to happen in the national capital. It's going to happen in the state capitals around this country. And there is a particular piece of legislation working its way through the state capitals that the war machine is afraid of. You've heard about it a few times here today. It is called Defend the Guard. Defend the Guard. It is making its way through the state capitals. Now, as someone who has run for federal office and tried to go and fight the imperialists, the politicians from inside this capital, I guess the message I have for them today is, you all can go to hell and I shall go to New Hampshire. Because I'm heading to New Hampshire to lead what's called the Free State Project, a mass migration of libertarians to the live free or die state, to concentrate, to build a free society, and to challenge the empire from the local level. And New Hampshire just became the first state to pass Defend the Guard in the lower chamber, telling Congress, you better do your jobs and vote on these wars, or we are going to withdraw our consent for you to take our National Guardsmen and send them off to fight in these forever wars. And they're getting afraid of that. Every time Defend the Guard comes up in a state capital, they mobilize some 4-star general to come and testify and say, you can't do that. Well, actually, the Constitution says that we can. And in these local races, shoe leather counts more than the millions of dollars they can churn out from the Federal Reserve inflation machine. Shoe leather counts more. We can get out, we can knock doors, we can get libertarians elected, just as we have in New Hampshire, where a quarter of the New Hampshire House are now libertarians fighting for Defend the Guard and for our freedoms on so many fronts. So, to wrap up my message for you all today is that if you want to not just rage against the war machine, if you want to defeat the war machine, then you need to focus on your state capital. And if your state capital is not a fertile ground for freedom and liberty, then you need to move to New Hampshire and join us in the Live Free or Die state, where we are building a liberty homeland for everyone who yearns to breathe free. So come and join us for the Porcupine Freedom Festival. Come and join us for the New Hampshire Liberty Forum. Come and visit for a little while. And maybe you just might love it so much you decide to stay for a lifetime. Plant your flag there and help us fight the imperial war machine from the bottom up. All right, thank you. I think I'm over on time. It's good to see you all. Let's defeat the empire.
Thank you so much to Eric Brakey. Up next, we have Ivan Raiklin, Deep State Marauder, Secretary of Retribution, and former Green Beret.
Okay, they're giving me a few minutes, so it won't be a 3-hour diatribe if you know who I am. So I am the Deep State Marauder. I am the guy that's going to help identify the individual scum that are behind the military-industrial complex at the highest levels of both major political parties in America. Number 2, I can help identify individually by name, date, place, and transgression those scum that were part of the entire censorship industrial complex over on the left coast. So, what does that mean? I'll explain. So there's a guy by the name of Jim Baker who used to be the general counsel over at the FBI just down the street, meaning the senior lawyer. He was the one behind the authorization to spy on all of you through unlawful means and violating your Fourth Amendment. Then, what happened to this guy? We started to scratch the surface and identify his corruption. So then he goes over to San Francisco, over to Twitter 1.0, as the Deputy General Counsel, the number 2 lawyer, as he coordinated from the West Coast with his former employees, employers, and subordinates over here at the FBI headquarters to censor anything and everything that was truthful related to the COVID con, related to the DNA mutilation injections, related to anything that was discussed. Who here attended the Defeat the Mandates last year? Most of you. This scumbag, Jim Baker, was the one that coordinated the whole thing to censor you into oblivion. Why? Because it's all about follow the money, spelled science with the capital $sign for the S, capital C like the cent sign for the C. Instead of an I, it's a Y like the yen sign in Japan. The E's are like the euro. These scumbags, all they were about was making money off of your DNA, off of your health, off of your liberties. What else? So if they were doing that, and they were using, let's say, the subcontracted company to go ahead and officially fact-check that, known as Reuters, I pronounce it Roy-Tards. Well, the CEO of Roy-Tards, James Smith, was one of the board members of Pfizer. Isn't that convenient? So a lot of people don't know these details, but as me and my teams identify these scumbags by name, date, place, transgression down to the pixel level, it is high time to now take things to the next level and ratchet it up a trillion squared on steroids. And what I'm referring to is shining maximum light. What happens when you shine a couple trillion lumens on an ant and put a magnifying glass in between? I'll tell you. Use your imagination. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to work with the following individuals to take things to the next level. So I see here some folks. Tomorrow we're going to have some more folks. And my call to action today is, if Elon Musk and Joe Rogan continue to sit on the sidelines or kind of be half nilly-willy, they're going to miss an opportunity if they don't show up here tomorrow with speakers such as RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Brent Weinstein, Matt Taibbi, and many others. Remember, Brent Weinstein, when he did an interview with Tucker Carlson, he said, "We are assembling the dream team," which means we collectively are probably the most critical thinking, politically astute Americans, and we've had absolutely enough of the belligerent, illegitimate executive branch as well as legislative branch actions, and in some instances, the judiciary. We have folks in Congress that are, what are they doing? They are funding, proving to America that they are Ukraine first politicians, Israel first politicians, and in many instances, and I'm talking about both political parties, Chinese Communist Party first politicians. That is unacceptable. So the way we fix this, with or without an election in November, with or without really either of the two front-running candidates going into potentially being the president just over here. And I don't know if she's in there or if the dementia guy's in there, but hopefully they can hear this. With or without an election, with or without a Kamala or a Donald Trump, we collectively that are gathered digitally, now uncensored on X. By the way, we're live streaming on X, thank you Elon. And live streaming on Rumble. For those that don't know where to find this on Rumble, these two men have stepped up to go ahead and broadcast on Rumble, thanks to Chris Kozlowski, to push out the free speech content on those two platforms. And not only are men stepping up, we got an absolutely fantastic woman here. Where's Angela? Angela McCardle. We'll give her a few seconds. She's running this entire operation. So think for yourself. What does it take to put something like this on? It requires months of pre-planning, coordination with speakers, coordination with staff, coordination with free speech providers over at the Big Make Show. That's the type of American women that I want to see more of, that actually are in the breach, pushing forward the truth, whatever the cost. Because guess what? These scumbags over here that are around us, they're doing everything in their power to stop you from physically being here, to stop you from being able to consume the information that we're providing as insiders. 25 years in the system, knowing in and out the national security apparatus and its corruption down to the pixel level. So I want to close with this. Angela, if you could please come up here. I want the biggest round of applause and cheer, because this woman right here literally single-handedly has put on massive events. Who remembers her from the Libertarian Party convention? Yeah, she did that. Who remembers her from Defeat the Mandates? Yep, she had a role in that. And now we have this event and tomorrow's event. We need more leaders to step forward, men and women, to push through all the censorship and to call on Elon Musk and Joe Rogan and the other influencers out there that have an audience. Let's go ahead and break through the censorship. Let's get in this fight to, number one, castrate the deep state and then crush the commies globally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivan. I really appreciate it. We're going to have another amazing speaker closing us out next. I'm going to have Nick Brana introduce him.
All right, next up, we have one of the greatest anti-war journalists in the country. It is Max Blumenthal, editor of The Gray Zone.
All right. I was supposed to be in Kingston, New York today at another anti-war rally, but Pete Buttigieg canceled my flight, so, well, not really. My flight was canceled, so I decided to see all the nice folks down here and all the FBI agents undercover. Got any FBI agents out there? Raise your hand. I hope the investigation into Trump's assassination turns out well, because I know they're looking to see if there are any other people involved in it. And when they find them, the FBI promises they'll fire them. I actually wanted to come down here because we are living through probably the most dangerous period that I can remember since the 9/11 attacks. And so I just had a message about that. The 9/11 attacks were blowback for decades of U.S. militarism and CIA covert operations in the Middle East and Central Asia. And hours after the 9/11 attacks, the national security state began to consolidate its control over America and embarked on an insane campaign to destroy large swaths of the Middle East in the name of Pax Americana. Was it really Pax Americana, though? A Kamala Harris surrogate named Dick Cheney marched into the Pentagon days after 9/11 with a list of 7 countries whose governments had to be overthrown. And these 7 countries all happened to be governments that were adversarial towards Israel. Around that time, someone who was the opposition leader in Israel named Benjamin Netanyahu testified before the U.S. Senate that he was confident that Saddam Hussein had ties with Al-Qaeda and possessed weapons of mass destruction. And on that list that Cheney and Rumsfeld were passing alongside Iraq and Libya and Syria, was also Lebanon, a country where a powerful paramilitary force, paragovernmental force with massive popular support, had just kicked out Israeli military occupiers in 2000. It was called Hezbollah. Yesterday, following a wave of terror across Lebanon, including exploding batteries in communication devices that left thousands maimed and children killed, people's eyes burned out, Israel commenced bombing southern Beirut with 2,000-pound U.S.-supplied bunker buster bombs and destroyed an entire city block about the size of the World Trade Center of Ground Zero in order to kill one man, and that man was Hassan Nasrallah, the Hezbollah leader who had ejected Israel's military from southern Lebanon and who is branded a terrorist because of his resistance to Israel. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds were killed. 6 entire residential apartment blocks were destroyed in order to kill one man. This was an act of unsheathed, naked state terrorism. And today, President Joe Biden offered this is the self-described Irish Zionist President Joe Biden offered his full-throated endorsement of this act of state terror. And in doing so, Joe Biden embraced the same logic that Al-Qaeda put forward when it took credit for bombing the World Trade Center on 9/11. Joe Biden embraced the same logic that Thomas Matthew Crooks put forward when he attempted to drive a car full of explosives into a Trump rally, killing hundreds and hundreds of people in order to assassinate one man. It is the logic of state terror that is being embraced by the Biden administration. And we will pay the price as Americans. Terror begets terror. Our government, which allowed Benjamin Netanyahu to authorize this terrorist attack on Lebanon from a hotel room in New York City, has unleashed a whirlwind. And they will lie to us when the blowback arrives about why it took place, just as they lied to us about 9/11. We will pay the price as average Americans. American troops will pay the price. But these soft-handed elites in their air-conditioned offices, they are going to just get paid. October 7th, like 9/11, was blowback. Blowback for decades of illegal, sadistic occupation of the Palestinian people and 2 decades of crushing siege, which I witnessed on several trips to the Gaza Strip. October 7th, like 9/11, justified everything that Israel's national security elite wanted to accomplish, from ethnic cleansing and genocide to the expansion of Greater Israel. Now, after October 7th, the mask of Greater Israel is off. And we have to wonder, where does it start? And where does this borderless entity end? Does it end in Israel? Or has it come to us? through figures like Secretary of State Tony Blinken, who is the son-in-law and grandson of Israel lobbyists, who was raised by the father, by the man who was the fixer for Robert Maxwell, the Israeli Mossad asset, whose daughter was Ghislaine Maxwell, who told an AIPAC meeting in 2007 that his loyalty to Israel's strength came through his family, who sat in on an Israeli war cabinet meeting after October 7th and announced that he was doing so not as an American diplomat, but as a Jew, who, as a Jew, gave Israel just now $20 billion more in tank shells and 2,000-pound bombs to continue its genocide in Gaza, which has left over 50,000 dead, over 70% of whom are women and children, who lied to Congress and violated American law about Israel blocking U.S. humanitarian aid to Gaza, because if you block U.S. humanitarian aid, it necessitates cutting off weapons. Tony Blinken lied. Tony Blinken became a party to genocide, and he said he did so as a Jew. Well, I'm here as a Jew to say that Tony Blinken might be my color, but he's not my kind. I'm an anti-Zionist Jew, and that means that I'm a Jew who is part of the human family. And I put humanity first. I'm a Jew who is not an ethno-supremacist like Tony Blinken and Jake Tapper and Josh Shapiro and Dana Bash and all the members of Congress who clapped like seals for Netanyahu as though he was the real president of the United States. I'm a Jew who, when I give my 3-year-old daughter a bath or put her to bed, I look at my phone and I see 3-year-old girls being extracted from the rubble of buildings bombed with American bombs in Gaza, covered in ash and blood, their lifeless bodies being laid on the floor and covered in funeral shrouds. And I can't help but be seared by this for the rest of my life, scarred by the Zionist Holocaust of children. And I will never forgive them, and I will never forget what they have done. I'm also, like all of you, an American who believes in the Constitution and understands that it gave us the right, the First Amendment gave us the right to be here and to say what I'm saying. And I might not be able to say what I'm saying in places like the United Kingdom without being detained, like my colleague Kit Clarenberg was for his journalism for the Gray Zone. The First Amendment is under attack by Greater Israel through the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which weaponizes anti-Semitism to shut down speech. We are seeing anti-Semitism, the hoax of anti-Semitism being used to criminalize the speech of university professors, average American citizens, to ban protest on college campuses across America. And I wonder how someone like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who says that he supports the First Amendment and stands for free speech and opposes war, can support this sadistic, satanic, evil entity that is shutting down free speech while committing genocide across the Gaza Strip and Lebanon, and why he won't face me and answer for this. Could it be that Miriam Adelson, the Zionist mafia don from Israel, who is granted $100 million to Donald Trump, is also exerting influence on Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and others? We've seen her turn the America First movement into the Israel First movement. And now we have two parties that are committed to genocide, and no one knows what to do. We need to find a way out of this hopelessness, and we need to register AIPAC as a foreign agent and let the espionage investigations begin and see its directors sent to prison where they're forced to hold kosher soap on a rope. Just in closing, I want to bring this home. We're bringing it home to you who are Americans. You might think, oh, this is just something that's happening over there 6,000 miles away. It doesn't affect me. Israel's carrying out this genocide with a new system. called the gospel. It is an artificial intelligence targeting system that generates targets in record time and allows Israel to kill and target families in their homes through a computer without human intervention. And it's being developed by companies in the United States like Palantir. And when Israel's done testing these weapons, these Skynet-like weapons, which recall the opening scene of Terminator 2, the war of the humans against the machine, when they're done, they're going to export them, and they're going to be exported to any country and any government that has a restive population that resists and that refuses to take a knee for whatever their orders might be, along with Israel's unprecedented, unparalleled surveillance system. And it will come here, and it is coming here, and it is being tested on the canaries in the coal mine in Gaza. And that is why Palantir's CEO, Alex Karp, a committed Zionist, declared while seated next to former CENTCOM chief Mark Milley just a few months ago in Washington, D.C., declared that if these student protests and these protests against genocide in Gaza and the anti-war movement in the U.S. grows and is allowed to continue to grow, and we can't shut them down through repression, then we will lose the war on ideas, and we will not be able to send armies from the West to fight around the world. And he's right, and that is a good thing. Those are the stakes. So we stand in the way of that dystopian program. We need to unite, get over our ridiculous differences over the culture wars and all the social issues that are thrown in our way, and unite against the war machine and rage against the war machine. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Max Blumenthal for closing us out. This concludes our Rage Against the War Machine rally. Thank you everyone for coming out and raging against the war machine with us.
Everybody's going to come back tomorrow for Rescue the Republic when there's an incredible lineup. Thank you all for being out here. Rage Against the War Machine!
Remember to do anti-war outreach to the attendees tomorrow. It's an incredible opportunity to talk to people about how the United States should not be funding the war in Gaza. Most of them are going to be on board with opposing war in Ukraine and the United States involvement. It is a perfect opportunity for you to do outreach to people on the right who do not understand or do not agree with us on opposition to funding war in Gaza and throwing piles of your taxpayer dollars to Israel. So let that be your call to action this weekend. Do outreach on that issue. Thank you and have a great night.
Thanks, everyone.